I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. Yes, I'm David Sponheim, and this is a chance to actually change our government, not sit there and hide behind the old party system. The Democrats have become yet next to useless, unwilling to bend $5 billion, feeling like they've somehow got entitlement because they won an election, not realizing that they won the election because Donald Trump is that divisive. People want him impeached. That's why they won the election. And now they think somehow that they're going to hold off on this wall because it's their issue they have to stick to. When in fact, our national security is at risk. When Donald Trump took my 1,000 mile fence idea, grabbed it in 2012 and ran with it. I've had this since 2008 and I have video to prove it. And I can tell you, this idea is very necessary for our national security, and he isn't even using the most important reason. The population increase is rampant. It's south of the border. People are having babies like crazy, and that's their big thing. Most of them are Catholic. They really want to replicate, but the bottom line is we don't have the funds or the support to provide a basic healthcare solution or education solution like the Democrats are trying to say that we have to do. Frankly, I am concerned that we're bankrupting our country, much like what's happening in England and France. This is a plan by the powers that be that want to push illegal immigration on countries like ours to weaken us so that we can't stand up to the global elitists who are running the world. So this is just another way that they weaken countries like England, France, Sweden, Norway, the US. Other countries are facing this problem too. Spain, Italy. It's kind of an overwhelming Muslim threat, but now it's the Mexicans, the MS-13 gangs that Donald Trump thinks are coming over. Well, I think Donald Trump's extreme xenophobia has kind of caught a lot of people off guard because not all those people coming in here are MS-13 gang members. And the Democrats have some good points. I mean, not that many people are breaking through the border right now. So there's really no justification for a War Powers Act or an emergency to be declared. And I think a lot of people, Senator Thune, for one, a Republican, said, I don't like the idea of drawing on emergency funds like Lindsey Graham is suggesting Donald Trump should do. $1 billion in emergency funds, he's going to have a hard time defending that in court, while he's got 24 new attorneys defending him against new charges of collusion with Russia. So while Donald Trump is fighting a basic treason case, which is coming slowly forward from the Democrats, that treason case is going to be sidelined by this big, huge wall case. I'm beginning to smell a rat. The possibility that Trump is doing this to actually divert our attention is very real. So that's my concern, is that this is a big, huge diversion, and that's why Trump is sticking to his guns and wants to have the power to do this. Trump made a statement today. He went out on the White House lawn, and after his abrupt departure from a meeting with Schumer and Pelosi yesterday, he spoke on the simple fact that we do need a fence or a wall. Let's listen in.
Went yesterday. Are you now going to decide to declare a national emergency? Is that your only option left?
I have the absolute right to declare a national emergency. The lawyers have so advised me. I'm not prepared to do that yet, but if I have to, I will. I have no doubt about it, I will. I have the absolute right to declare. This was passed by Congress. So when you say, was it passed by Congress? It was. Other presidents have used it, some fairly often. I have the absolute right to declare a national emergency. I haven't done it yet. I may do it. If this doesn't work out, probably I will do it. I would almost say definitely. This is a national emergency.
Why haven't you declared a national emergency?
Because I would like to do the deal through Congress, and because it makes sense to do it through Congress. But the easy route for me would have been call a national emergency and do it. And I will tell you, this is a tremendous crisis at the border.
All right. Wow. Yeah, so the problem is it's not a crisis at the border. But he made it one by not properly placing 2,400 kids with their parents. There's 2,400 kids that are missing. He doesn't talk about that, but that's really the crisis. All right, we got 4,000 LA teacher union members. Wow. There's a walkout scheduled for Monday. You've got one of the best retirement plans in the country, and it's locked in gold. Keep it. Walking out right now, asking for more while California is over $400 billion in debt, it's not a good idea. Yeah, STRS, State Teacher Retirement Fund in California, is one of the most lucrative funds out there. So you've already got a good deal. And that deal was adjusted to meet the demands of our current economy. Good luck, though. I seriously recommend staying where you're going. Don't strike. State Teacher Retirement Fund is solid. Okay, you just want higher wages. Well, you've got high wages already. A lot of the Californian teachers are upset they're not getting the $100,000 a year that the New York teachers are getting. I see where you're coming from. All right, we're looking at Disclosed TV. What's happening? Cops claim that mice ate half a ton of missing marijuana. Ha! Here we go. The corruption in our country, front row center. Cops must think we're all like them, difficult with learning things and having a hard time understanding higher thinking. They actually believe that we're going to believe that the mice ate half a ton of missing marijuana. I mean, 8 police officers in Argentina who were fired were so desperate that they put the blame on the mice. Oh, this isn't even U.S. This is Argentinian cops. Yeah, 13,000 pounds of cannabis left in the warehouse. Thank you. Okay, well, that's kind of relevant, but not really. That's an old story, too. Who posted that? Okay, Shadow King. Shadow 2K1 has something. There are 2 rooms, yeah. We're broadcasting on... at Vaughn, and we're also broadcasting at iVlog, and we're broadcasting at Periscope. Hi, Mitchell. Mitchell's in. We're trying to build up our audience at Periscope slowly. So your college roommate would sneak down to the drug room and steal individual amounts of marijuana to smoke? Really? The drug room, is that someplace at the local police department? I mean, I have no idea. New photo shows steel border wall prototype can be breached with a saw. Whoa. Oh, really? But the guy who said he would have 4,000 people was in this room? Thank you for telling me. A leader is a dealer in hope. Napoleon Bonaparte. I would agree. Did I watch Jim Acosta prove the wall works? No, I didn't. This is President Trump saying he's willing to declare a national emergency to get his border wall. He believes he's legally right to do so. I have the absolute right to declare
a national emergency. The lawyers have so advised me. I'm not prepared to do that yet, but if I have to, I will.
He smoked this morning before leaving for McAllen, Texas, where he planned to draw attention to a humanitarian crisis. Yeah. Yeah, it was a crisis when he lost 2,400 kids. He should take the blame for that. If you don't have a steel barrier or a wall of some kind, strong, powerful, yeah.
You're going to have drugs pouring across the border. You're going to have MS-13 and the gangs coming in. And we've done record apprehensions. We're doing a great job. But we need help.
CNN has learned that Robert Mueller's team has questioned this man here, Trump campaign pollster Tony Fabrizio. This news coming, of course, after we learned that Trump's former campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, shared internal campaign data, polling data, with a suspected Russian operative and asked that it be passed on to two pro-Putin Ukrainian oligarchs. So what does this all mean? We have CNN political correspondent Sarah Murray here with us now. What do we know about this meeting that Fabrizio had with the special counsel?
Yeah.
Well, Brianna, we know this meeting actually happened back in February of last year, and CNN journalists actually saw Fabrizio go in for this interview and then later confirmed that he was in fact meeting with the special counsel's team. And it was interesting because at the time, prosecutors were looking into Paul Manafort and his Ukrainian business dealings, but they were also looking into what those Ukrainian business dealings may have had to do with collusion. Now, all of this is very interesting now because he was Trump's chief pollster on the campaign, and we're learning this new information about how Paul Manafort shared polling data with a Russian associate. That's caused a lot of alarm among Democrats who are saying, why was Paul Manafort sharing this information? Now, Tony Fabrizio would not comment for the story, but a person who is familiar with his interview said that he was asked about some of the work he had previously done with Paul Manafort in Ukraine. He did some polling for him in 2013 and in 2012, but wasn't asked about proprietary Trump campaign data. What we don't know, though, is what else was covered over the course of this interview. We know that when Mueller brings witnesses in, they tend to be pretty extensive interviews. They tend to cover a lot of ground. So there's still a lot of questions about what they might have wanted with Fabrizio and whether it was campaign related, whether it was solely Manafort related, and, you know, whether there were any follow-up interviews after that.
And what we now know is that, and because of Manafort's attorneys failing to redact something in a filing, an admission that Manafort passed on this proprietary data, as you put it, internal polling data, pretty sensitive stuff. He passed that on. We've also since learned, right, that he was in the hole, millions of dollars to
the Ukrainians and the oligarchs, yeah. So, yeah. So, having obligations to the oligarchs, Manafort made the agreement to give polling data from the 2016 election to the Russians, but that's just the beginning. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Trump has denied knowing anything about that. So he's just going to continue to say there's no collusion, total denial, while we continue to find out how deep Trump was in the pocketbooks of the Russian oligarchs and how much money laundering Manafort really did do. That was the question. Let me see if I can pull up a site here real quick. No, I don't have it. Yeah. I'm having a hard time getting a copy of that Washington Post site that said that Trump claims he never said Mexico would cut a check for the wall. But according to Washington Post, they say that Trump claims he never said Mexico would cut a check for the wall. If you can get anything other than Washington Post, I can see it, because Washington Post wants to charge me $1 every time I read a news story. All right. Mark censored the link, yeah. All right. I'm having surgery to look like buckwheat. Wow. G. Gordon Liddy, you're getting on in years. I don't think you need to do that. You go with the Yul Brynner look, because as you get on in years and that the guilt over what happened with JFK kind of gets to you, you're going to have to come to grips with the fact that you're not going to look like buckwheat ever, G. Gordon Liddy. He's in our room, everybody. He's a pretty powerful guy, and he's been spending a lot of time in our show. I think you look great with the bald head. Yeah. And did you want a place in my administration? Is that why you're here? Okay. I don't know. I bet. No, I didn't bet a 4.5 point spread with the Patriots winning. No. I don't believe in betting on stuff ever. Yeah. Well, we don't know. G. Gordon Liddy has never been charged with murder. There he is. He wants to be servicing us. Yeah, you look great with a bald head, G. Gordon Liddy. Let's just talk about your lack of hair tonight, because I get people talking about my hair all the time. Yesterday was Wig Wednesday. I was forced to wear a wig. If this government doesn't get their senses together, and if Nancy Pelosi and Charles Schumer don't pull that stick out of their you-know-what, well, actually, he's married to a woman, I think. We're not sure. But if they don't get to the next step and sign into law the $5 billion fence, they're creating a huge obstacle. We could have riots in the street when the food stamps don't arrive come February. Welfare checks aren't cashed. So I'm prepared already. I've got a riot helmet. Thank you. Right on. I'm all set. I'm all set for the coming riots. Shut her down until they can start it up again. I believe that we should get the country going by the end of the month. That's my deadline. That's an arbitrary deadline I placed, but I think by the 25th would be a good mark. Yeah, it was great having the Whigs pull out of retirement and play that. That was fun. Well, the deep state is shut down with this shutdown. Well, if it's part of the plan, I don't know if Donald Trump really is part of the plan. You see, if somebody wanted to shut our country down, the person most likely to benefit from that are the Russians. And that's the worst case scenario. It became clear that there's a sex selfie of Donald Trump in the mix. Mueller has something like that he's keeping from all of us, a sex selfie. That immediately popped out in the news, and then it disappeared. And now we've got this, the border wall. We've got a huge amount of border wall problems, and now it's taken front row center. So I believe this is in part a diversion, but worst case scenario, Trump's actually trying to disable our country by shutting it down. He's doing whatever Russia wants him to do. Say Russia said to Donald Trump right now, Mr. Trump, we know you have to do this. Shut this country of yours down. Stop being such Mr. Big Guy. You do what we tell you. Do you understand me, Mr. Trump?
Well, I don't want you to play any sex tape. I'm sorry, I was at the Moscow hotel with my bodyguard.
We don't care about your bodyguard or Moscow hotel P-tape. We have sex selfie of you, Mr. Trump. If you say anything that contradicts what we say, we will play that for a world audience. This is exactly what could be in play right now. They may be shutting our country down. And he's using your nationalistic, patriotic rhetoric.
Well, Ronald Reagan talks more like this, whereas Donald Trump talks through more of a butthole kind of a shape.
I talk like like that. Did I say butthole? I'm sorry. I meant anus. I was sounding more like Nancy, yeah. It's almost sounded like I was listening to Ronald Reagan and Nancy deal with their erectile dysfunction or something. You know, that must have been weird.
I'm just not feeling well tonight, Nancy. Well, the Viagra's not going to kick in.
All right. Any other questions? Can we move on to the next step in our show? Because that was scary what I just talked about. That was like, wow, Russia may be really controlling Donald to shut down the government. I doubt one Republican even took a second to think about that. Yeah, they must think I'm completely anti-Trump by saying that. It must be difficult to imagine that we've got a Democratic majority in the House now looking into the real facts, not the ones that the Republican majority last House session lied about. And Devin Nunes, he's back. If the democratically led House doesn't punish Devin Nunes for handing the entire case over to Donald Trump, I'm going to think that the Democrats are working for Donald Trump too. No, I'm not going to do the remake. No, I'm not into it. Their own rules prevent them from even showing a PP tape. Well, you're right. Vladimir Putin, my fellow Americans, I am not a crook. Vladimir Putin actually is behaving more like Adolf Hitler. But he did say that he has no sex tape. So he kind of bound himself in that. If he does go against him and present a sex tape or dossier, Putin will be seen in the world as a liar. Well, he already is seen as a liar. I mean, Trump, according to Michael Cohen, offered Putin $50 million penthouse suite in the Moscow Trump Tower, which was never built. Well, I don't think Putin wanted to know that a good communist was not going to take bribes from American capitalists. Putin has got some egg on his face now after Michael Cohen revealed this. That's why he wouldn't talk to Donald Trump at the G7. Or was it the G20? Who cares? Okay. I think we've got a pretty good handle on what's happening. Let's go back to what's not happening. We're not finding any real specific things from Mueller, but Trump is hiring expensive lawyers to hide from Mueller. 24 new lawyers have been hired by Trump, while his administration simultaneously tells hundreds of thousands of government employees to hold garage sales to cover their bills. That Reddit discussion's happening. Now, this contradicts what somebody said to in my show last night. Jeff Bezos had no prenup and is now braced for a $137 billion divorce. Remember I said last night that Jeff Bezos didn't have a prenup, and somebody said, oh yeah, he does, yeah. Well, you were talking through your you-know-what, because he doesn't have a prenup. So the world's richest man is divorcing without a prenup in a state where the law dictates 50-50 division of divorce assets. What could possibly go wrong? Back and forth of the wall is the strategy? I don't know. Is it? Because I support 100%. This wall needs to get funded by the Democrats. That's my position.
Well, Jeff, I can invite you over to my swim spa and have Ivanka rub your feet, if that would be okay.
He has a new lover, and she's leaving her husband too. A very important agent. So it's going to be very interesting to see Jeff Bezos sort this one out. I don't think he'll be the richest man anymore. Now he'll be sharing his riches with his wife, which is exactly what needs to be done. He'll only have about $80 billion left. Poor guy. Let's take a look at Bezos' love child. Yeah, I need to see that. Googling Bezos' love child. Who is Mackenzie Bezos? She could soon be one of the richest women in the world. Okay. Where's the love child? I still don't see it. Is there a love child? I don't have anything. Yeah, you get back to me on that. Thank you. Yeah, they were together, 25 years ago? They met each other when they were teenagers. She'll be the richest woman in the world when she splits this, yeah. I don't play anything on YouTube. They'll monetize me. Well, if he could get her cheating on him first, it still wouldn't matter. They're in a no-fault state. And they were separated, by the way. But divorcing him, he must have known that this would cost him dearly. He'll never recover. He'll be struggling with his mere $80 billion. Hey, here's some new technology. This seems a little awkward. But hey, if it works, why not? Yeah. Seems like a possible robot. It would face some obstacles like your stairway. You know, you would have to be carried down the stairway in your house. No, is it California state or is it Washington? Do they live in Washington, Bezos? I thought it was California. Yeah. David, do you feel Putin set this up because he doesn't want Bezos becoming richer than he? Yes, I do. I believe that he may have been involved. I have no idea. Hey, tiger prawns, garlic ginger soy sauce. That's kind of cool. I made a very simple dinner with dill and pesto. Should be good. And those prawns, if I had made this prawn dish, those prawns are not cheap. That would have cost me about $17 for one portion. Yeah, I made a meal that could feed 8 people with a big 8-ounce package of shrimp from Baja. I think I did pretty well. Skype doesn't work because we were attacked on Skype the night you didn't do it, Howie. I'm going to try to get something going tonight. If I can, I'm going to try to get the talk show, a blog talk radio show going. I sometimes slip people a number in our show for half an hour. They can call me. It's not you. We were hosed by the attackers when we opened up Skype. For $1 million, you make him dossier, providing that his wife is working for Russian GRU and was planning to divorce him in order to take half his money. $10 in media, we'll believe it. You know, that's possible, Dr. Meow. You know, this is more of the National Enquirer, though, watching every little thing he did, including his text messages. Bezos' text messages with his new girlfriend, future lover. He fell prey to stolen text messages. Now, how can a guy with that kind of money fall prey to stolen text messages? I don't understand. I mean, he could hire the biggest IT teams out there. This guy is making rack servers for the NSA, and he wasn't able to secure his text messages? All right. Apparently, very wealthy people are often targets of criminal hackers, tabloids, and rivals. And National Enquirer had all kinds of dirt on him. They even tracked him all the way into the, all the different things that he did with his girlfriend. Wisconsin kidnapped victim Jamie Gloss found alive. Whoa, okay. Thank you. If you can get me a link for that, that'd be great. So let's see what they are. Jeff Bezos, all 3 private text messages. Okay, millionaire announced news, a couple last year. Jeff Bezos. We want to make people aware of a development in our lives. As our family and close friends now know, after a long period of loving exploration and trial separation, we have decided to divorce and continue our shared lives as friends. We feel incredibly lucky to have found each other and deeply grateful for every one of the years we've been married to each other. If we had known... This isn't the text message. No, I mean the text messages with his lover. That's not the one I wanted. Maybe some of you can find this. Because I heard he was actually saying in one of his text messages that he wanted to smell her. Yeah. Well, I know you'd miss... We're not allowed to play that on our show. I'm sorry. If Michelle runs, though, I will be doing a Blackface 3. I'm hoping Michelle doesn't run because Michelle's a dude. Yeah, we don't have the text messages from... Now, Amazon investors may fear a divorce because of the new rumor.
It's gotten a little more complicated. Now, yesterday, investors largely shrugged off that divorce between Jeff and Mackenzie Bezos since it appeared to be amicable, very orderly, very well scripted, and unimportant to Amazon shares. But now, things have changed. The stock down today under a little pressure after the National Enquirer published photos of Bezos on repeated occasions with another woman while he was married. Now, Amazon and Bezos declining any additional comment today. Now, under Washington state law, which is a community property state, McKenzie...
It's queuing up. It is Washington state law, community property state. All right, that's just not happening right now until it catches up. They don't all play like YouTube. Russia shifts 100 billion of its reserves to the yuan. This is a big move. But what 100 billion? That's not even half of the money that Putin has. Yeah, and I'll bet Putin owns most of his assets in U.S. dollars. He just tells people that he doesn't like our currency. Okay, 100 billion reserves moved to the yuan. Wow, good for them. Not a big deal. It's not like the Bank of England, broken by George Soros. 100 billion is a sizable amount of money, no question about it. I wouldn't know because $10 is a sizable amount of money for me. Was the video of President Trump's Tuesday address doctored? This is a very interesting question. A lot of people are pointing fingers. There's a guy in Washington that is working for Channel 13 that's going to lose his job over a doctored video showing Trump looking like he has a larger mouth and a kind of a tongue thing. Let's take a look at this doctored video. And then we'll show you the video that really is scary.
Hopefully, we can rise above partisan politics in order to support national security. Some have suggested a barrier is immoral. Then why do wealthy politicians...
Yeah, that was weird. And the and look at how big his mouth is. This was doctored by a Channel 13 person in Washington. That's what I heard. And he's losing his job over this. Making a big deal about that lip movement. Yeah. Don't give me any lip. But we do have a confirmation that Donald Trump is struggling to get his air, his breath. So we have this we showed you last night. I'll show it to you again. Apparently, Donald Trump struggled to breathe for 36 long, agonizing seconds.
My fellow Americans, thank you and good night.
That was not doctored. That really was him struggling for air. And I think he's got some sort of a breathing issue. We've seen him sniffling and snorting at times, so we don't know if he's struggling with a cold or I don't know. The only other kind of people that do that, struggle with breathing, are people that are beep, beep, beep. I'm sorry, that was muted and censored on many levels. Let's not forget Carrie Fisher, what she said about Donald Trump. You know, the former Princess Leia. Yeah, Fisher described Donald Trump perfectly, according to Mother Jones. This is outlandish, but, you know, it cost her life. I'm not saying that they had her killed, but she died, you know, about a month and a half after she exposed this statement. Yeah. There she is, Carrie Fisher, the former Princess Leia. Yeah, she had an illness. So you have to be attractive to be groped and uninvited by Trump? Finally, a reason to want to be ugly. Okay. Trump speaking his mind isn't refreshing, it's appalling. Coca-Cola is refreshing. She liked Coca-Cola. Trump has asked for a drug test. I'll give him one. What color is cocaine? What's the word Tina slang for? How high do you have to be to vote for Trump? Wow. That cost Carrie Fisher her life. Indirectly. Well, it's the stress, I think, that she was under. You know, big media controversy over her accusing Donald Trump of being into cocaine. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Sarah's here with the Trump diversion sign over. Let me get rid of the Trump diversion sign. Sarah's here to give me a break. Jeff Bezos is getting a divorce, and he didn't have a prenup. So they say it's going to cost him upwards of, well, $70 billion. Because in our state of Washington, you split 50-50 without a prenup. So it's going to be interesting. We'll see how that turns out. I've got to adjust the camera. I think I'm a little too white tonight.
It's just me in the room.
No, I really think I've always had to, work this. Every night is different. It seems like lighting is always, that's better. All right, thank you. I don't have a selfie cam. I'm in the kitchen cleaning up the big lunch I made. We're making I made a dinner with shrimp and rotini and peas and Alfredo kind of tasting thing. Should be good. Yeah, well, all that money that Jeff Bezos made on delivering $2 packages to everybody, he's now a huge amount is going into his wife. So I think karma is definitely coming back to haunt him. Yeah, I could have a chili cook-off. That's a good idea. I've got some canned beans I need to cook up, about, at least 3 pounds of them. A big Y2K chili cook-off. That would be great. I still have canned beans from Y2K.
Yeah, there's that big can of whatever it is.
Yeah, I got to get that going. I'm going to have to make a big sausage chili. All right, thank you very much. I'll be back. Thank you.
You could cook up the rest of the tomatoes.
Yeah, that might be a good idea for next time.
I know, 19-year-old beans about to expire. It used to be white, but now I like other colors. Blue, and it all depends. Okay, Ghost has some links for me. Thank you, because then it makes my time in the show more meaningful when you save up the links for me. David always likes that, like that people give him links to look at. You're not Ghost, okay. I didn't think you were. Okay, here's the first link. Let me just get this going. One moment. One moment, please. I have to change a little bit of my screen real estate around. Good night, Allura. That's good. The chat's messed up. It's showing people with wrong names. Huh, that's weird. Okay, bye Allura. BT Allura. Well, I have a lot invested in the future. I have chosen to utilize my time on all the children that are already born rather than just giving birth to one extra child and spending all my time on that one child. I'm trying to influence a lot of children. Fact fail. CBS deletes fact check that proved Trump right? What? Oh, they had a thing on there. It was claiming Trump was right. Okay. Women and children are the biggest victims by far of our broken system, Trump said when the explosion of illegal immigration at the U.S.-Mexican border. 1 in 3 women are sexually assaulted on the dangerous trek through Mexico. CBS was running a live fact check on Trump's speech and posted this. Fact check: 1 in 3 women sexually assaulted while traveling to cross the border. Claimed the president claimed it. Fact: between 60 and 80% of female migrants traveling through Mexico are raped along the way. Amnesty International estimates. Wow. So Trump said it was like 1 out of 3, or 33%, but in fact it's closer to 60 to 80%. Wow, interesting. Thanks. You're sending me tweets or links in order of least importance. Long story short, don't go to Mexico, especially if you're a woman. Oh, Ghost, by the way, the guest, a guest at iVlog wanted you to know that the chat seems to always work over at iVlog. Ghost is a chatter at Vaughn Live. Our next one. Media had no problem calling it a border crisis in 2014 under Obama. An opinion piece. Both Democrats and most news media are yelling as often as they can that there's no border crisis, even though they spent the last year telling everyone there was, and even though they called it a crisis in 2014, when the situation was exactly the same as now. Ghost says, haha, true point, I think. No, he just said haha. I'm not going to say that, 602. I will tell Dr. Meow if you're still on, if you're there. I guess 602 really wants you to visit iVlog because I guess they admire you. I know, I like that you point out hypocrisy and lies. Oh, Dr. Meow, guest 602 admires you from iVlog. Actually, he says he didn't say a very flattering statement. He's like, why are you still at Vaughn Live? Hello, Misanthropy. Oh, hello, Shadow. Okay, let me look at this one. We now have an actual humanitarian crisis on the border that only underscores the need to drop the politics and fix our immigration system once and for all, Barack Obama said in the Rose Garden. You've seen a surge of unaccompanied children arrive at the border, brought here and to other countries by smugglers and traffickers. That's basically what Trump was saying. Oh, I might have a Mixer account. But if I do, it's quite old and I don't have the... I don't know if I actually know my sign-in information. Oh, and Dr. Meow's giving a link that says the American white population is in decline. Is it due to fertility, or is it white people having less babies? I wonder. 30-year low. Okay, Mixer, I will do that then. Maybe. I'll look into it Saturday. Is it just Mixer.com? I think I had an account there at one time. Okay. DNC's strategy to capture Hispanic millennials and their families for a generation. U.S. Hispanic population and its influence have reached the tipping point. Specifically, Hispanic millennials are now larger than the current baby boomer demographic. I did not know that. And growing. They think there's one shot to capture this demographic or lose a window of opportunity for generations. They're the most brand loyal consumers in the world. Its brand loyalty is generational. Once a brand loses the loyalty, they never re-engage. They're unforgiving. If a brand earns the loyalty, they'll always be loyal and influence family and extended family to be loyal. And they're the most responsive to storytelling. Brands need to speak with us. All right. If you really know your mixture, your name is on there. Shadow 2K1. All right. That didn't seem to work. No, what? I didn't want that. Oh, that's awful. Never mind. The U.S. media, what? Oh, the U.S. media calls every rich Russian an oligarch, but never uses that term for U.S. billionaires. That's extremely revealing about how they propagandize for nationalistic purposes. Like, U.S. is fine. There's no oligarchs in U.S. I'll work on retrieving my account. Wait, what? That's crazy. A sculpture celebrating Saudi Arabia has been erected on Ground Zero. What is that, a candy wrapper? Candy of Nations.
Yeah, go ahead and click on that Saudi Arabian sculpture.
Yeah.
That's just a slam in the face.
Wow.
To our 9/11 Commission report claiming the Saudi Arabians were involved. That's just a slam.
These 20 sculptures are on display outside the Oculus Shopping Center. The installation was curated and installed by the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. But to be fair, it's not just Saudi Arabia. It's candies from all over. I think the candy sculpture is not that, because it's all different countries. Why single out that there's a sculpture about Saudi Arabia when it's all different countries and that's just one of the countries? No, that the countries didn't help in covering anything up. And besides, I mean, I personally think this story is really a non-story because it's not on Ground Zero. It's actually, wait, World Trade Center grounds, but not actually. The World Trade Center is huge. It's been featured in over 25 countries. There's 20 sculptures. If it was all about Saudi Arabia, I might be concerned, but okay, so they just shouldn't have art. Okay, I get that. I would say they shouldn't waste their money on that kind of thing. The artists did think about removing the sculpture showcasing the flag of Saudi Arabia, but he was showcasing the flags of all the G20. Well, I think that they should not have. They shouldn't have, what's the word? Curated and installed it. I would say they shouldn't have curated and installed the entire 20 candy things. It's unnecessary. Like I've said other times, it's superfluous and unnecessary. They should not be curating it. $298 Mrs. Vaughn because they miss I Love Fries. I think the links you gave me says a particular message. I would have done it in reverse order, but anyway. Oh, thank you. Yes. It's the highest grossing biographical documentary of all time. Wow. How was that? I don't get this. Okay, let me play it. Wait, what? We lose 300 Americans a week, 90% of which comes through the southern border. These numbers will be drastically reduced if we have a wall. Wait, what? I don't get that, Poison Fez. You want me to buy Overwatch? Is that on Mixer or something? Oh, maybe. Thanks. Okay, 141. I'm going to the iVlog chat now. When the Chinese invented gunpowder, they made sparklers. When Europeans got to it, they used it to dominate the world. Good point. And Romagoose says, Jewish are great inventors. I'll agree with that. The Europeans love war. That's true. England and France had like 100 years war. Well, had 100 years war. 141 says, I think Europeans should stay in Europe and Americans in America. Maybe there would be less war. Yeah, and Romagoose like European and France. And then World War I, World War II. And 602 says, yeah, the Europeans loved conquering like everyone else. We were just better at it. And England, Real Magoo said, England and Spain were old colonial powers. That's true. Spanish conquered half the world in the name of Jesus. What's interesting about Spain is they would go, it would be, there's a lot of the architectures, they either influenced by Christianity or Muslim faith, because they go back and forth in Spain. Will I run for president in 2020? You can work to get anyone you want on the ballot. Oh, you were shadow banned on Reddit? You thought you were posting something, but nobody ever saw what you wrote. Wow. And Ghost says, if you've never had social media alter or ghost your posts, you've never said anything real. They're fine, Deeker, but why? Why are you posting pictures of baby feet? You think so, 141. Ha ha ha, Captain Knuckles. That's pretty funny. No, I've never verified that. Wait, what? Is this like a statue that's on sale for $150? It's a 1-foot statue. It looks pretty cool. Maybe I would like Overwatch, but the game, but I would never spend that much money on a piece of plastic. Junk. Sorry. Collectible junk. Oh, wait, sorry. Collectible item. I know, it's weird.
I'm going to set up a Blog Talk radio show for a half an hour for call-ins tonight for anyone.
Okay.
I can do a half-hour show on Blog Talk Radio, and then they can call in. We used to do 200 shows at one point. It's a good way to get people to call in without spamming and attacking our show.
Yeah, that's great. That's good. Yeah, I think that'll be a great idea, David. You guys have to see. It says, when you could care less about personal space. I have to watch that again. They seem all fine. They're relaxing. The cat on top that looks exactly like Amber. It's like, that's something Amber would do. She's like... Especially, like, what's with the orange cat? I'm surprised both of these cats don't, like, get up and attack it. The other cat. Oh, God. Ah. That was great. Thank you. Cats are cute. I have Amber, and that's enough for me. For the rest of my life. They are docile. They're staying warm. Yeah, exactly. Oh, goodness. I don't normally laugh. But cats can make me laugh, I guess. Oh, yes, I have heard that. The toxoplasmosis. I know, 602. Cats cause major depression? Is it causes depression? I heard about the mental illness, but I didn't know about depression. But the toxoplasmosis. Oh, okay. True 141. For sensitive areas. Okay, yeah. I'm sure there's a ton of cute cat videos out there. But that one really spoke to me because of Amber's just like the cat that was turning around. All right. Lindsey Graham calls for Trump to use emergency powers to fund the border wall. McConnell blocks the House bill to reopen the government. Washington Examiner, an opinion piece about the truth about Trump, the wall, and the crisis at the border. I don't allow Amber to walk on my tables or my countertops. We trained her from a young age to not do that. But then David trained her from a young age to like walk right next to your feet because he would always pet her with his feet when she was a baby. So she has a very she could easily trip somebody. Wait, do I want to read an opinion piece by Siraj Hashmi from the Washington Examiner? Here's the truth about Trump, the wall, and the crisis at the border. No, it's an opinion piece. Not really. That's what I'd rather do. Dr. Zaplowski of Stanford has a video on toxoplasmosis. It's worth watching. It's worth... Okay, I'll write it down too. My list of things to do. I'm looking at a thing called Mathematics for the Millions. Okay, anyway. So it's on YouTube and it's called Dr. Sapolsky. Toxoplasmosis, probably. Maybe. I don't like Hillary. Yeah, I think we would have gone more too. We could have gone to war if she was president, because she has a tendency to want to like prove like she's powerful or something like that. Huh. Is it the one with Joe Rogan? Sapolsky and Joe Rogan talking? Well, I think the one chance we do have is voting for someone like David. Voting for David. Yeah, exactly, Zellfire. I would be a good first woman president. Oh, Just a Doctor. There's one with Just a Doctor that's posted by Christian G. Here, I'll just bring this up and I'll ask you. Is it this top one? Yeah, she's like a kid. I agree with you, Real Magoo. Okay. Maybe I'll look at it in the other room. Yes, I know. Unless they impeach him or he steps down for some reason. Former Trump lawyer Michael Cohen agrees to testify to Congress publicly. Nice. That's good. right. Sorority, wow. Hazing. California utility may have to turn off the power lines to prevent wildfires and reinspect the entire grid, according to a judge. All right. Let me look at this again. Maybe it'll come back in. Well, David believes that he could change the person. He could be the one person to change the system. Yeah, JFK nearly did it. Could have it. David could be like that, except not.
There.
Okay. Hello, Canadian. Yes. What do I believe? I believe in the American people. Yeah, I believe in investing in the future of this country. Yes, I have been to Walmart, Ticken. You do not believe in the American people? Oh, because you've been to Walmart. I agree. I'm a Gen Xer. I am one of those to change the USA for the better. I don't like the millennial approach. It's a millennial approach. There's two songs. One is Waiting on the World to Change by John Mayer. I hate that song. I hate it. I'm just sitting here waiting on the world to change. Sorry, John Mayer, I do not like your song. Otherwise you have great voice and good songs. I prefer the message, if you want to change the world, shut your mouth and get on with it. Get on this. Get on with it. And that's the thing. It's like, rather than just sitting and waiting for somebody else to do something, do it yourself. If you see something that needs to be done, do it. You don't need to sit around and wait for everyone else. What Trump typed in the room was a completely broken statement. It didn't make any sense at all. You're waiting to hit the lottery. I understand waiting to hit the lottery, but... Wow, thank you for featuring me a long time. People at iVlog. That's how David is. And you know what? I'm not that way because I think, I mean, I love people that are that way, but I think that we don't have to wait till all the elitists are in prisons. And
No, we don't. We're never going to be
we
able
have
to
to change the world ourselves.
We're never going to be able to stop the gross inequity until we start stopping it. It'll begin the beginning of offering more opportunity to people at a lower level.
Yes, we do have an Xbox 360.
But we're never going to have a complete fix here. This is just a work in progress. All of this is. I have an Xbox 360. Yeah, I really want to get Grand Theft Auto 5 for like $5 if I can find it on eBay. Because I have 4, and I think 5 would be fun. I want to fly a jet.
He says there's a game he wanted from his Xbox 360, and now he's looking at it for his Xbox One, and I don't know what it's called.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks,
And
sir.
they want us to broadcast on a site called Mixer.
Mixer, right? Yeah, I hear that's going to be good. MYXER. Yeah.
MY?
I think it is. Is it Mixer as an MYXER? Yeah. People here get in heated discussions, and Scuffy isn't banning anybody. Yeah. There's not a lot of talk going on at iVlog as much as there is at Vaughn. We're hoping that more talk happens on all different levels. Insane Canadian said, I believe in solar-powered flashlights. Yeah. I bought one. It didn't actually work. It worked for like a month. I got it at Walmart, and I didn't take it back past 30 days. Well, the flashlight portion worked, but this charging unit wouldn't work. I couldn't get it to charge the battery. Mark said out loud he's been censoring me. Yeah, I know. This has been going on a long time. I mean, it's like guilt is killing this guy for just, he can't hold back from admitting that he's doing this. But what he did was wrong. Anytime you stifle the free expression of the American people, you're holding back our spirit. You can't tell an American to shut up, like the Democrats told me to do that in 2007 when we went to a little club meeting in our area. It's like you can't. I wasn't disturbing the peace. I was just raising issues, and she told me, that the woman who ran the organization at the Democratic Party said to shut up. I said, I'm not shutting up. I had a big, huge, loud argument with you. But anyway, moving on. My transportation driver has tons of stocks. Well, the stock market went up 122 points, and it's just sitting right over 24,000 right now. So, as much as I've been, saying Donald Trump is colluding with the Russians, which I think he is, I also believe that he's holding up under the pressure pretty well, and that's the real test of the mettle of his spirit. I think he's just a very strong guy. He's put up with a lot of stuff in his life, and he's managed to get through it all. So, I mean, there's something to be said about all that. I'm not giving the guy congratulations for, being treasonous. I'm not applauding the guy or anything. But I mean, he's holding up pretty well with his speeches, and he's carrying the line for the Republicans pretty hard. And it does seem like the Republicans are behind this, except for Lindsey Graham, who wants to just settle and get this over with and get some money from an executive war, actually a response to a potential problem. There is money in the emergency declaration, but what kind of money there is there $1 billion? Are there funds to do this? We lost so much money in the Iraq war. We put $38 billion on a rail car, and it was literally destroyed. We never got the money out. $38 billion. Now we're fighting over $5 billion. It's ridiculous. All right, we're having some problems with the browser opening up to bring it up, but shut down Pentagon. Let's take a look. Sometimes it doesn't pop in. There it is. Pentagon prepares options to build a border wall as Trump weighs emergency declaration. So if he uses the emergency declaration as a means to get that money, all we can do is hope that he can actually make that happen. Otherwise, we're going to be stuck with a lockdown in government. We're going to be completely shut down. We'll have no communication going between the left and the right. And we'll need a a third party to form just to build a political coalition to get this thing rolling. I mean, this is a case for extreme X-lax. Our country is becoming constipated. We're going to have to take some measures as Americans, too. I believe a third party does need to emerge out of this to get them to do something. Yeah. I am not a AI. I am not. People think I am AI. I am not AI. You could be going to a FEMA camp if this happens, so I urge all of you to get those handy zip ties to have on hand so that the guard won't have to, use his own. You'll just hand him the zip ties and say, "Here, zip tie me, take me away." Oh. Something like that. "Oh, please." Yeah, just, they're cheap too. They're like $2.50 for a bag of 50. And you can daisy chain them. So you can zip tie your feet together and you be all ready to be carted away to the FEMA camp. Well, I mean, if you don't want to act politically, then you're not going to do anything. I believe people will buy our stuff when we become much more in tune with the market. Remember, Donald's strategy is, "I'm going to do it my way, and people are going to see how great America is." Well, that's the front forward of a very, very bad act. That's a cowboy act that nobody wants to see at the rodeo. Donald Trump is not listening to our foreign investors. He's not listening to our allies. He's not talking to NATO. He's an adversary. This position has weakened us on a trade level, and creating a trade war with China we could easily win is not the way to solve these problems. I mean, that's not the... In fact, we should release this woman from Yahweh and get her out back to her family. Of course, she is released on bail right now, but she shouldn't be dealing with charges of violating Iran's sanctions. That's ridiculous. Clear the slate with China. Make them feel good about everything. Let's start again. So when Donald Trump eventually resigns after the collusion, the obvious collusion that's been happening, we'll have the big question as to where we're going and how do we proceed with a fresh new look, especially with a third-party candidate. It would automatically reshape and retool our relationship with our friends and allies. We seriously have some problems. We have to do some damage control after Trump and his disastrous administration. Now, you know, and I know that there are a lot of people who are Trump supporters, even yourself, who are just so gung-ho and you think our president's fighting for what really matters. But remember, he's holding our country hostage over a small amount of money relative to the total budget, $5 billion. So I agree with Lindsey Graham. We should get money from some sort of an emergency fund so that maybe Trump is just going in that direction. Go for that and then sign the damn thing into law so we can get the budget cleared so we can move forward. People need to get paid. If we're going to make changes, we better do it on the fly, not stop the entire government. That's how we should always keep things rolling. But I do agree that we need to look at this for at least a month to determine how little we need the government. And frankly, we don't need the government that much. We could really seriously use this time to downsize. So Trump, if you're thinking of that, present another government structure for the bill to be signed. If Trump is so gung-ho about getting this thing signed, put together a new bill for everybody to sign. Make major cutbacks in TSA. Pull TSA down and replace them with the National Guard. That's a good idea. Make sure that all our national parks have a crew of, I guess the Army Corps of Engineers can do that. We've got the Army Corps of Engineers picking up trash at our parks. I think we've got the problem solved. But he's got to do that. And if he doesn't do that, if he doesn't take the lead with Congress, they've got nothing to hold on to, no life raft. If you want to cut a deal with somebody, you got to make it feel that they're winning. Now, Donald Trump never wrote the book, The Art of the Deal. He paid somebody to write it. Tony Schwartz wrote it. And he's a brilliant guy. But Donald Trump is not the guy that did The Art of the Deal. He doesn't even understand the deal. In order for the competitor to feel good, you have to give him a win. And so far, he hasn't given them a win. And the Democrats feel so wonderful about their pride of the incredible entitlement. They feel like America really wants the Democrats back. No, we want you to impeach Donald. We don't really like the Democrats either. That's where I'm coming from. Yeah. So let's get some music into the show because I'm a little bit kind of amped out from cooking and everything. I was really tired back in 2010 or 2008.
Good morning.
Yeah.
As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election.
Now that was 10 years ago. Yeah, that was 10 years ago. Almost, within give or take a few months. Okay, this was, we saw this earlier. This is essentially the video I played. It really implies that Donald Trump just wants that wall, and he's convinced that there's something wrong with it, our current setup that we have. And I agree, the wall idea is a great idea. But are we willing to hijack our entire country over it? I don't know. And we have confirmed, again, that Jeff Bezos had no prenup. He will be splitting his $137 billion with his wife in a 50-50 state. So Jeff Bezos will no longer be the richest man in the world. And as he and his wife will enjoy the benefits of their hard work and their obvious, well, I'm going to say 137 billion doesn't really make. You know, when Jeff Bezos first got an investment in Amazon, he took the entire amount of 17 billion and put it in a private checking account. He didn't put it in his wife's checking account. He put it in his checking account. So good luck. And some of the most dangerous lines from Donald Trump are explored at CNN. Yeah, they just pick him apart. I don't like the way that CNN attacks Donald on just petty things. Like they really have a hard-on for him. And not in a good way. Yeah. I think the story has not been manufactured to make him seem human. Even though he is alien-like in structure. Jeff Bezos and his odd eye. Is that a real eye or is that one of those fake eyes? I don't know. I'm afraid to ask, is your eye real? Because it sure as hell looks like you're staring right at me. Yeah, but you're not. He may have wandering eye syndrome, but I mean, don't you think you'd get that? I've seen that eye in people that do really expensive designer drugs. Wow. Download time. Okay, well, I guess our 100 megabyte download.
You want to be a chef. Maybe you want to be a dancer. I don't know what you want to do.
I'm not sure my boss is going to like that. Not too.
But you do need to follow your passions.
Right.
I would love for it to be after I'm dead.
40 minutes with you. It's already clicking down. We're going to use every one, so no droning on. Okay?
I see what you did.
No, that's coming up too, but that was actually not supposed to be a bad pun. And then disclosure, you are an investor in Business Insider,
Yes.
which is wonderful.
A happy investor. Thank
you. It is great.
Best midnight snack while you're...
Okay. So he's going to be going through a lot of trials and tribulations. That'll be fun to watch because everyone loves to hate the richest guy in the world. I know. Isn't that funny? That's a terrible laugh. It's like demonic. Trump has masterfully proven Mueller has no case. They have no case because if they did, they could end the shutdown. Well, theoretically, they would be able to impeach him. But the case has been so slow in developing, Cod Fisherman. I'm attributing it to the simple fact that no one in Mueller's group really has a clear vision as to how they're going to prosecute on other charges. The money laundering case with Manafort stopped right there. It was a plea agreement, right? And then we heard that he was having problems, honoring his plea agreement, so he's not going to be honoring his plea agreement. And then we find out now that he was negotiating with two Russian oligarchs, Russian or Ukrainian supporting Russian oligarchs who had loans with him, had given him lots of money. He was negotiating all kinds of data on our, secret data from the Republican Party on polling, so that the Russians were monitoring our election prior to the election. Donald Trump just said today he knows nothing about this. I know nothing. I know, like Schultz, on Hogan's Heroes, way before your time. Anyway. Could Mueller be secretly working for Trump? I've been suggesting it, yeah. I have heard that Rosenstein actually had chosen Mueller because he has dirt on him. That's what I heard. But I heard it from an alt-right site, so it's just hearsay. There's more evidence that Donald Trump has a nude sex photo of himself out there as sexting. That came up in the Concord Management and Consulting lawsuit when they countersued Mueller. Apparently, they had to see all of Mueller's evidence because in a court case, you're allowed to see your opponent's evidence, face your accuser. And that was revealed that there is a sex selfie in the Donald Trump file. Yeah. That is serious. Now, if that's at play, then his attempt to divert our attention by creating this huge thing about my idea, the wall idea, the 1,000-mile wall idea. Now, granted, Buchanan at first talked about a wall, but I talked about the distance 1,000 miles we needed back in 2008, so I consider it my 1,000-mile wall idea. I have to mention he has a nude selfie. I'm trying to tell you guys that there could be, and I'm telling this to Republicans too, our president could be being pressured by Vladimir Putin. That's very possible. This is what I've been predicting all along. This was at play. And if Vladimir Putin wanted to shut down our country, what a better way to do it than to order Donald Trump to not agree with the Democrats. Hello, insane Canadian. And good, very funny. $137 billion, you'd think he would buy a frickin' rug for his space alien egghead. Good morning. Yeah, exactly. I mean, people are wondering what's so space alien about this guy. He could get a wig for like $39.95. Like, I showed you my wig last night. I have a wig that I wore. But yeah, what's going on with that? Some men think that, bald head makes them more attractive to women. And I don't know what that is, if it's some sort of a, bury your head in my thighs kind of thing that the women, would love. I don't know. It's just like, I can't even fantasize about that because it makes me want to puke. Anyway, everyone wants to know what he sexted to this woman. So let's find out who Bezos' girlfriend's name is. Laura Sanger or something. Reload. It's just not coming up. You love bald guys and you're a lady? Okay. Well, that's nice. I'm glad you feel that you can express yourself here and feel good enough about that. We have a woman, guest 77, who loves bald guys. There you have it. Lauren Sanchez. Okay. Okay, Jeff Bezos, raunchy text messages that prove an illicit affair. My first inclination is to not make a big issue about this. I heard a guy in radio today in Washington State just making a big issue about the sexting messages, but it is kind of the bread and butter of this entire escapade. It's a good diversion to stop talking about Trump, too. Yeah, so let's see. Married Jeff Bezos. Whoa, hang on. Let me get the volume down. Okay. Months before Bezos and the wife announced on Twitter they were separated, the National Enquirer revealed the founder was worth an eye-watering $145 billion, wax lyrical. In one message obtained by the Enquirer, one newsstand today, Bezos wrote, "I love you, alive, girl. I will show you with my body and my lips and my eyes very soon." Now, this is after he was separating from his wife, right? In another Pillow Talk exchange on May 13th, the horn dog billionaire wrote, "I want to smell you. I want to breathe you in. I want to hold you tight. I want to kiss your lips. I love you. I'm in love with you. He didn't just say, I have feelings for you. He said, I love you. How did he? I mean, he just knew it through the text messaging. He had that feeling, you know. So you can sink yourself into the romance of this man who's got everything in the world. Why not have a girlfriend, right? That's what many men think. It's wrong. It's completely wrong. And it's a total violation of the trust that his wife had required of him in marriage. But falling for a new woman is very tempting for a man who's obviously, with the kind of money he's got, he doesn't have any. But unfortunately, he can't. Thanks for the love sign there. Trillionaires need love too. I just can't understand why he couldn't get a security firm to cover his text messages. Now, you know that Jeff Bezos put together a huge rack server for the NSA with equipment built, probably with equipment made in China, with back doors to Chinese secret spies. And we've got this guy handling our national secrets.
And as your potential write-in candidate...
Sorry. Wrong button. We've got this guy literally handling our national secrets in his servers, yet he can't handle his own text messages. Hello? Thank you. When he was poor, his wife settled for him. Oh, you're so right. Have you seen his wife? Yeah, she's hot. She's like one of those beautiful women out there, you know? And now she'll be one of the richest women in the world, in history. Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting period of time to delude our minds talking about nothing while our president tries to force the Democrats to do something even though he can't now. The American people don't want Donald Trump to get away with everything he wants. That's why the House swung to the Democrats. That's what the American people, they don't like his braggart attitude. So if you're looking at this from the right wing and saying, oh yeah, Donald's great, I love him, he's just so... You don't understand that the mandate of the people of this country is still standing in favor of Hillary Clinton. I'm serious. I mean, if you put Hillary out there right now and ran a poll, you'd probably get an even thing with Donald and Hillary, still to this day. So if you're wondering why we're a little bit reticent to get behind his wild idea, well, because he took the idea from me. That's why I stand behind this. It's a great idea, but I wouldn't hold the country up more than 30 days over this idea. There's a point at which you bend. But the fact that Nancy and Chuck won't bend, that's pretty weird. And that's indicting of the entire Democratic Party and how weak they are. Because they're falling for this stubbornness just like Donald is. It's becoming a him versus her. I don't believe in flu shots. I believe in vitamin D. It's a vitamin, if you put in your body, will actually increase your ability to withstand a flu. And I believe getting sun prevents the flu. The flu season is during the winter because the sun's so low. Sun creates vitamin D, and vitamin D is good, short for vitamin David. I'm telling you, you're better off with that than some unknown substance with nanoparticles in it injected in your bloodstream. But yeah, Bezos' wife is a beautiful woman by far. I mean, no question about it. She's Mackenzie, very pretty, and certainly, when you think about it, she kind of, settled for a guy who was short and, had a funny laugh. Cute woman, beautiful. She seems like she's very well, soon to be the richest woman in the world. There you have it. Oh, really? Amazon spelled backwards is a word for the land of bright grace. Nozama. Oh yeah, who doesn't love Nozama? Don't tell anybody, or I might just get Nozama.com. Let me go check right now. Checking. GoDaddy. Let's do GoDaddy. No, Osama bin Laden. Yeah, there you go. We're in real time right now using technology. It's happening right as we speak, or I speak. Did GoDaddy go out of business? I don't think they'd ever go out of business. We're having some problems with our connection here. Maybe because I have so many browsers open. Well, I do that. I'm going to go to here. Russia shifts 100 billion of its reserves into the yuan and the yen and the euro in a great dollar dump. So Russia's making a move on us financially while they continue to have the dirt on our president. Let me clear this up. A new endangered species. U.S. fertility rates dropped to a 30-year low. That's right. I heard you were talking to Sarah about that earlier. How Caucasians are not having as many babies as other groups around the world. Yep. White people are aging more rapidly than other populations. And it'll be hurt by the Great Recession. Yep. Well, then again, it's still not opening. I'm beginning to wonder, is GoDaddy oh, there you go. Thank you. Find your domain. Here we go. Let's put it in there. Nozama.com. Take a look. Nobama. Allnozama.com is available. Nozama.life. But Nozama.com is not available. Nuna Nozama. So I think it's foolish to buy Nozama.me. Although Nozama.me looks pretty fun for $2.99. Nozama.me. That would be Emazamaza. Emamamazama. I used to Google Gaga. Have you ever Googled Gaga? It's incredible. She's got so many pieces of information on her. You could just spend all your time Googling Gaga. Dave, should feminists be upset and boycott Amazon over cheating Bezos? I think the Me Too generation will only kick in if she says something. If Lauren Sanchez says something, that's really not the case. But if his wife, Mackenzie, says something, starts to talk about her being violated, that would be something. Mackenzie, if you're listening, I never said grab them by the beep, beep. Now Donald Trump is saying that he never said that Mexico was going to pay for the wall. Have you heard that one? Washington Post article that just came out. I can't get it, but it's $1 for me to download. 1,000 points of light. A new world order. Hey, let's talk about that, shall we? Today's Technology Thursday, where they've learned how to control our mind. Like my mind right here. You don't mind if I show you my mind? They've learned how to control our mind by dumping chemicals in our atmosphere. Yeah. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, I thought that was. And they've learned how to convince us things are happening, like terrorist events. We had an audio tape of the recent synagogue shooting in Pittsburgh, where 12 people allegedly died. A nice Jewish man pulled together some audio, and let me play it for you. He actually mapped it out and found it. It confirms that it was not even a real event. It was a crisis event. Watch this.
Hey everyone, Dallas Goldbug here. I have some audio for you that is amazing. This is about the synagogue shooting that just took place. The audio archives for the dispatch for that location have been modified. Where the people were talking, there's been static overlaid over top of it. But that's fine. That just shows that they're trying to lie to you. But what they forgot to do is they forgot to look in the archives in the adjacent areas. I combed through those archives and I found an official saying that they are conducting a live fire exercise. At 9:40, this was said. This is before the event took place. You will hear it with your own ears, and you will hear the official say it loud and clear. So don't let them get away with this. Hold them accountable.
County, Harrison Township is conducting a live fire training exercise in that corner of their township, if you have not already been notified. Copy that. 9:40.
So it was a 940 live fire, and he found it in the archives. Isn't that amazing? Confirmation we're being lied to. I think it kind of bums you out when you think about, being lied to on a daily basis. I know it certainly makes me feel a little pissed off. That's why I'm a little suspicious that Donald Trump is lying about the dangers at the border right now. I'd have a hard time justifying the wall with any kind of emergency act. I would. But there's other ways of funding this. If we send, for instance, our troops down to the southern border, they have to create protective surroundings for the troops. So they're forced, wherever they go, to build walls around them. And that's what the Army Corps of Engineers are. If we expand that, we can draw out of the Veterans Superfund from 2007, which still has some money in it. Problem solved. We don't even have to go through an emergency powers, any type of emergency response by the Congress. Well, frankly, walls are necessary to keep people from coming in. If there is a major disaster in Mexico City, there was going to be a big migration all the way to come to America by all these people. And this whole wall thing is pre-planned to distract us. It's a diversion, I think, from the real issue about Russian collusion. I think we're being played. I still keep the Trump diversion thing on the screen. Hey, here's a really cute cat, and bound to be one of the most cool cats at the party. He's got the perfect look. So these veneers are available if you want your cat to look as good as me and have the ultimate smile. Yes, these veneers are artificial. I'm wearing 3D press-on veneers. Isn't that amazing? Because when you take them off, I still have a nice smile, but it's different. This looks so much better, I think. Yeah, my link is calling your name. Well, let me take your link and look at it, Shadow. Hang on. Shadow's presenting his link. Let's take a look. I'm trying to get rid of links, and you guys keep sending them to me. I've got to lighten my load. Nancy Pelosi refused the president's $5.7 billion request. The Senate leader and minority leader. Trump spoke of murder and violence during his Oval Office address in support of the wall.
Over the years, thousands of Americans have been brutally killed by those who illegally entered our country, and thousands more lives will be lost if we don't act right now.
Both Democrats and Republicans seem entrenched in their positions. Yes. Cemented even. And this story, which I have not featured yet, is Mueller interviewed one of the Trump campaign pollsters. And this polling data went to Russia. And Trump says he knows nothing about it.
An oligarch, right? So he had some business dealings. He was vulnerable in some ways, at least on one front, and we've learned this.
Yeah, Paul Manafort basically had no money coming in, and he still took a job working on the Trump campaign and didn't accept a salary for...
What a nice guy. Come on. Yeah, while making millions of dollars on money laundering.
Taking that job. There were a lot of weird things going on with his finances. It turns out, he had previously been making all of this money with these pro-Russian Ukrainian oligarchs. They still owed him millions of dollars. And a source told CNN that's who he wanted to get the polling data to, these pro-Russian Ukrainian oligarchs.
Who wouldn't want great polling data delivered to pro-Russian Ukrainian oligarchs? And we knew from all the activities that happened right around the time that Donald Trump, as you recall, and I have a perfect memory, so I can tell you, Donald Trump was bragging about how he was going to pull out of Crimea prior to the election, and right after the election, he completely shut that down. Remember that? Or how he wanted Russia to pull out of Crimea, and he dropped that rhetoric as soon as he won. And then his team, Cohen, was actually promoting a replacement of Poroshenko in Ukraine with a man named Artemenko. Now, we found out now that Michael Cohen was receiving millions of dollars to do just that. In fact, the Ukrainian government was paying Michael Cohen, and the pro-Russian government for Ukraine were paying Michael Cohen. So Michael Cohen was receiving money both, I think he got $1.5 million from the Ukrainian government, and he got more than that from the Ukrainian oligarchs, pro-Russia oligarchs, like Artemenko's people. So he was speaking out of both sides of his mouth and taking money from both sides. So we know that this was happening prior to the election too. So this is very interesting. This wanting to let the Russians control the dialogue on sanctions is also very clear. When Donald Trump Jr. met with the lawyer who was supposed to end sanctions for Russia with the U.S. And that was the real reason why they met. So then that did happen before the inauguration. So I don't know how Trump could get out of this, even with a legal team of 24 people. It looks more and more like he's guilty as sin. And it even looks like he fired James Comey just to end the Russian thing and told Lester Holt that. He said, I just want the Russian thing to end. That's, if that isn't proof right there. I mean, so there's some solid reasons why the Democrats could move forward on this, but unless they can pull up something like a sex tape or possibly a nude selfie of the president. Yeah, so the Democrats have to go after the nude selfie. That's what I would recommend to them. Get the nude selfie as fast as you can. Subpoena Mueller for the nude selfie that we know is in play. Because without that nude selfie, we will never, ever be able to figure out whether the Russians are controlling Trump or not. Without that in front row center looking at it, I think we probably should all look at it too. How many of you want to see a nude selfie of Donald? I asked this last night. Anybody, press 1 if you want to see a nude selfie of Donald. I don't think anyone wants to see it. Yeah. We had one person last night. You want to see a nude selfie of Donald? Yeah. You're like Beavis and Butthead. Yeah, Dave. yeah. I want to see it. Okay, so we got 3 or 4 people at iBlog. Not one person at Vaughn. That kind of gives me an idea where you're coming from. Leonard Person is on record. You are the one and only who wants to see a nude selfie of Donald. You want to see 69 nude selfies, or you want to see Donald in a 69 position with himself? Like Mr. Infinity? I don't know if that was even possible physically. So I think we have a situation where that you like that, Deeker. You thought that was funny. I think we have a situation where if the nude selfie is in play, the senators would be probably amenable to have him removed. I don't think it would even cross their mind to impeach him. Because you're not allowed to be nude and be president. Isn't that written in the Constitution? Hey, let me see. I speed read, so no mention of absolute nudity. So apparently that's not a requirement to be clothed. It's not one of the requirements. So technically Donald Trump could be naked, seen fully on the world stage as like, whoa, that guy's really got some, or whatever, I don't think anyone really cares. But let's get that out in the open, because if it's sitting in some Russian dank place in the Kremlin, we'll play the release email of Mr. Trump. Who cares what we think? Anyone can now see Mr. Trump naked. Can you imagine how that's going to play out? That's probably why Donald is trying to, shut our country down. Yeah, I mean, if Trump is doing whatever Vladdy wants, wouldn't you think Russia wants to shut our country down? What better way than to destroy you from within? This is exactly what Khrushchev told John F. Kennedy. When John F. Kennedy was appealing to the American people, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. Khrushchev was acting like a stubborn old man going, yeah, we will destroy you from within. I talk to you. I speak to you now in the room. Guest 683 now, talking to me now. Let's talk, you and me, one-on-one, mano y mano. Why is Donald Trump always seen with Melania? Because all his other wives support Hillary. That's pretty funny. I think that we have to assume that Donald is going to have to, fess up with the truth about the dossier. So that's the next step, is the Democrats get the sex tape or the dossier, and the whole thing blows right open. The question is, can Donald Trump keep the wall thing, the wall diversion, out there long enough to divert the attention from the sex tape? That's the real question. Okay, I want to get some stuff into the show, just from, random stuff that I have to bring in. Sapolsky toxoplasmosis. And this was important to you for what reason? Cellular interference? I don't think that's relevant. Oh, look at that kitty cat. That is so sweet. That's really cute. Cats love to nestle with warm bodies. They're just going to sit right on top of the other cats. That's hilarious. Well, hopefully BBC won't charge me with a monetization claim. Oh, and this is just an atrocity. The statue representing Saudi Arabia is just one of 20 nations featured in artist Lauren Jenkel's Candy of Nations. Now, why would we allow a Saudi Arabian sculpture, even if it is candy, to take up a place at our most revered sacred place, where we know that at least 18 Saudi Arabians, according to the 9/11 Commission report, which is still, the final word at this point, although I don't agree with it. Why does Donald Trump take Xanax? Okay. To deal with Hispanics who are attacking him? Do you think Donald was on Xanax during his speech? I think he could have been. But yeah, that's a serious effrontery, I think. It's shaped to resemble a piece of candy, but there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is the prophet, is written on it at the 9/11 location. That's just, I'm sorry, but that's got to stop. And Glenn Greenwald was saying what many people were saying recently, that in the U.S. media calls every rich Russian an oligarch, but never uses the term for U.S. billionaires. It's extremely revealing about how they propagandize for nationalistic purposes. And I'm sorry, but in Russia, they call them Russian oligarchs. That's the direct translation. So I'm not sure if this is going to fly there, Glenn Greenwald. And this is an interesting side. The media had no problem calling it a border crisis when when Obama was president in 2014. So yeah, it's kind of a two-way street. We're treating Donald differently, like this is some big deal. A fact fail. A CBS deletes fact check that proved Trump right. Really? So CBS couldn't even admit that they were wrong. CBS News on Tuesday deleted a fact check to one of the President Trump's claims during his Oval Office address to the nation after it showed the president was right. Women and children are the biggest victims by far of our broken system, Trump said about the explosion of illegal immigration at the U.S.-Mexican border. 1 in 3 women are sexually assaulted on the dangerous trek up through Mexico. And CBS was running a live fact check of Trump's speech and posted this. Fact check, 1 in 3 people sexually assaulted while traveling across the border the president claimed one in blah, blah, blah. Fact, between 60 and 80% of the female migrants traveling through Mexico are raped along the way, according to Amnesty International. Trump said 33%, but the real number is at least twice that. And then they deleted the fact check portion, not to admit that the president's right. We definitely have a border problem, no question about it. But is it an emergency yet? Well, it'll be an emergency if everyone, south of the border has to flee some major disaster down there. Then it'll be an emergency. That's a real emergency. Say, Mexico City had an earthquake. Yeah. It could happen, man. Heck, they could even create an earthquake in Mexico City, could force it. God forbid. The truth about the wall and the crisis at the border. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are coming up. It is true. There's a lot of things. There is a crisis, sure. But I think that the problem with the 2 migrant children is nothing. That's the front forward problem that's being made an issue when we've got 2,400 kids missing. That's not discussed at all. Yes, there's drugs constantly pouring over the border, but you might want to look at the border guards to see if they're not, working with the coyotes and taking a little money from Scarface. Okay, I'm going to make you a little offer, okay? I give you enough money for a swimming pool in your family's house. You make it so that nobody sees anything, okay? That's what goes down. Oh yeah, there's a lot of people who are in Border Patrol with swimming pools in their backyard. It's a popular thing. And they're not cheap. Violence. Trump describes brutal killings committed by undocumented immigrants, saying that America's heart broke the day after Christmas when a young police officer in California was savagely murdered in cold blood by an illegal alien just coming across the border in California. I remember this happened for real. And I'm glad Trump brought it up. Trump described these particular crimes accurately. There's no denying that. The question that needs to be asked is, would these crimes be prevented with Trump's proposed solution of a border wall? In the case of Ranil Singh, the California police officer who was gunned down by an undocumented immigrant, one person, Sheriff Adam Christensen, said in a news conference that the suspect illegally crossed the border into Arizona. It's possible that a border wall would have prevented this, as only parts of the border in Arizona share with Mexico contain any physical barrier. All right. I don't want to get into the minutia of all of this. It's just too much and boring for you, too. Oh, yeah. Al Pacino's a great actor. One of the best. Say hello to my little... If you could look at actors of his caliber and compare them and put them all in one movie, you'd probably have the movie called Mean Streets, the worst movie ever made. It started the career of Al Pacino and Robert De Niro. And, James Caan. All those people had careers as a result of Mean Streets. And it's the worst movie I've ever seen. Oh, they are going to remake Scarface? That's really cool. Yeah. Good to know. I know people that would love to see that. Say hello to my little friend. Some people think I should be in movies. There's a lot of people that look like me, like this guy. Physically I could match this guy, I suppose, and just physical features. I'm not sure. This is a movie called Jungle Dave or something. But, I'd have to be like a jungle warrior or something. All right. Yeah. Jungle Dave. I'm mistaken, really? Mean Streets did not have Al Pacino? Huh. You're right. It was Harvey Keitel and Robert De Niro. You're absolutely right. I take it back. Thank you. And I think we have to accept the fact that I don't know all the facts at all times.
You're brainstorming?
I'm asleep at midnight.
That's important, isn't it? That's really good. A guy like you actually gets to sleep. That's good.
Sleep. How to make it make financial sense. What's not to love? You order the groceries online and we deliver them to your door.
What's not to love? To say that I'm wrong? I am completely capable of saying I'm wrong. Yeah. What makes you think I can't say I'm wrong? Just because I rarely am wrong doesn't mean I can't say I'm wrong. We have a sighting of T. Rucker under the name Deadpool. Okay, thank you. I'll make a note of that and tell Scissor Fight. He'd want to know. Thank you for telling me. I am reading all chat. Interesting. Thank you for that. It's very possible he is. Does he have a face? Yeah, so no question about it. Donald Trump can take money in our disaster relief fund to build a wall. So now the question is Donald Trump going to agree with Lindsey Graham and do that without having to declare emergencies unless we call this a disaster? At that point, I think we should just go ahead and capitulate and give the Democrats what they want and sign the bill. Or, like I said earlier, propose another budget. I don't mind taking a couple extra, or at least a week or two right now to build a new budget for our country. We could make some major cutbacks if we did the right things. We certainly don't have to give the military $716 billion. Write that off and say, forget that. You know, even into this tough fiscal time that we're in, every day I get 30 flights over my house. Each one costs $10,000. Every day the local government is spending $300,000 on fuel to fly planes in circles over my house at 500 feet. Testing, training pilots, testing planes, all that's going on right over my head. Even during the shutdown. Trump officially nominates coal shill Andrew Wheeler to head the EPA. There he is. Yeah, talk about a coal man who has no concern about the environment is going to be in charge of the EPA. What a tragedy. You know, this is the sign that Trump is completely out of touch with reality. Our environment really is in serious need of attention. And to have somebody who's a pro-coal guy to handle it is ridiculous. Thank you for telling me, chat room celebrity. I need a camera and record it. Yeah, Scarface is one of the most overrated films of all time, but the soundtrack was by Giorgio Moroder, was decent, you know. I don't know, I've got friends that watch Scarface even to this day. And when you see him sitting there in the chair, and you're like, this guy had a completely different view of the world, and I don't think anybody could play it better than Al Pacino played it. You really felt the desperation, the passion that he felt, you know, at that fateful moment when he had nothing to live for, and he'd been through the Colombian cartels and dealt with the worst criminals on earth, sitting in front of a mountain of cocaine, and first you get the money, then you get the bitches, or something like that. Then you get the power. Is that what I think it's money, bitches, and then power? I'm sorry, ladies, but I was not implying that you were bitches. So don't have no fear. We're not trying to denigrate women. It was a great movie, yeah. Anybody who says it's not will realize that the remake will never even get close to the work that Al Pacino put into that. Okay. First you get the money, then the power, then you get the woman. Okay, thank you. He didn't even use the word bitches. And I'm sorry I used that, ladies. Thank you. The Me Too generation is ticking off, and we don't know where it's going to go. I'd rather not talk about that right now, but I'd rather talk about this. Or, actually, let's get back to the subject of getting rid of links. Sarah, oh my gosh, Sarah's here already. Okay, did you see this, Sarah? This is Donald Trump in a 2004 interview, or actually statement in front of a class of people that he was talking to.
Never, ever give up. Don't give up. Don't allow it to happen. If there's a concrete wall in front of
you. It disappeared. Look at that. Wow, they got rid of that fast. Yeah. That's some ridiculous thing somebody sent me.
Well, basically, they're saying if there's a concrete wall in front of you, go over it, and he wants to build a concrete wall. No,
that's right. Yeah, and they've scrubbed it from the internet. I can't even get it anymore. It's ridiculous. California's new governor just proposed the longest paid parental leave in history. You know, every year the new governor promises so many things in California, and they go deeper and deeper into debt. And this new governor, Newsom, on Thursday proposed that it would be the most generous paid parental leave policy in the nation. 6 months of partially paid leave so parents and other family members can care for their newborn or newly adopted baby. So parents, men and women, can be there for their kid. That's pretty impressive, yeah. Coming from a guy who's promising the world when he hasn't even looked at the budget. Must be nice to live in a dream world. All right. So the emergency power is to fund the border wall is the plan, and Donald Trump is probably going to make that happen. Yeah. Because Nancy and Charlie Schumer don't want to agree on $5 billion. It's ridiculous. They're forcing Donald's hand. They should capitulate to Donald and let him get what he wants. Here's the video. Okay, let's take a look at it. I'm just going to do Yeah, that's the best. Okay, I don't think this is possible. It's taking forever to download. I think the deal is they don't want anyone to see this. It really goes against the grain of the Donald. Now, this is a good time right now to reflect on Kim Jong-un. They say that he's ready to talk. North Korea may be willing to begin denuclearization, and Trump should make a deal. That's what this article, the Brookings Institute, talks about. North Korean strongman Kim Jong-un has just made an offer that if serious could present an opportunity for Trump to reach a historic breakthrough in the nuclear crisis. Well, that's interesting. His speech was not all sweetness and light. He warned that his patience is not infinite, and in the absence of diplomatic progress, his country may resort to more confrontational tactics. Wow. So Donald, he really has to make it right with him if he wants to kind of move forward. But he held out an olive branch. Nonetheless, he seems to want a deal, and he seems interested in another summit. Yeah. Okay. We'll see, because his predecessor, his father, Kim Jong-il, yeah, that didn't play out. His father was more than willing to get rid of nuclear weapons, but never did. So his son's following in his footsteps, offering to get rid of nuclear weapons and never doing it. Wow, that's kind of amazing. What goes around, I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You think Kim Jong-un is one of the sexiest world's leaders? Wow, Hydroglow, I had no idea you felt that way about Kim. Okay, we're done with that, and I'll play that later. Thank you, Sarah. I'll be back. Yeah, ASUS is a good computer provider. We've had processors from ASUS for many, many years. When I come back, I'll start up my Blog Talk radio show.
His father was, wait, who are you talking about, Hydroglow? Oh, that's interesting. 298 thinks if you're watching TV when you're pregnant, you think your baby might catch autism. What kind of research do you have to back this up? What are you saying? You don't care. Are you apathetic then, Misanthropy? Join the club. The apathetic club. It's all too much. I know. I want to just be yeah, I'd want to just be live life, go through day-to-day emotions and not really like freak out and care too much. Thanks, Jim. David obviously is not apathetic. He's very passionate. I remember when I was a kid, they didn't have a chickenpox vaccine. you thought they were important. The stories were important and would lead somewhere. You would care, except you've done it so long that you know it doesn't lead anywhere. Pew Research. Yeah. Texas landowners prepare for a fight. See, I don't understand that. I always tell David, why don't you just move it to the other screen and then do the thing you told me about monitoring capture and capturing the whole desktop. This guy is his name's Roy Snipes, pastor of the La Lomita Chapel. Oh, portions of his church land could be seized by the federal government to construct additional border wall and fence lines. Rather than surrender their land to the federal government, some property owners on the Texas border are digging in to fight Trump's wall. They're rejecting buyout offers and they're preparing to battle the administration in court. Wow. Certain people say, you could give me $1 trillion, I wouldn't take it. His land sits along the Rio Grande. He says it's not about the money. Congress in March funded 33 miles of walls and fencing in Texas. The government has laid out plans that would cut across private land in the Rio Grande Valley. Those in the way include landowners who've lived in the valley for generations and environmental groups and a 19th century chapel. I agree. 859 says a fence or wall in some areas on the some areas of the U.S.-Mexico border are practically impassable already. Oh, you paid full price for your bratwurst. You couldn't find any on sale. Applewood Gruyere. I think that would be good. So there's going to be a lot of pushback in Texas. Ha ha. You think the Rio Grande is mostly dried up? You think it's a nothing river? There's trees near there. All right. 3 tender age facilities for the youngest children were opened in that valley area. more than 23,000 parents and children were caught illegally crossing the border in the Rio Grande Valley in November. That's more than triple the number from a year earlier. The Homeland Security officials argue that a wall would stop many crossings and deter Central American families from trying to migrate north. Many of them are seeking asylum because of violence in their home countries. They turn themselves into border agents when they arrive here, because then they could get 3 hots in a cot, and then no, Jacket Pockets, you shouldn't do that. Do you know how difficult it is to grow organic food? Have you ever tried to grow a garden of any kind? In some ways, it's very difficult unless you collect the food scraps from your local school's cafeteria and make your own compost with vermicompost, red wriggler worms. But even the initial investment of red wriggler worms can be pretty expensive. Okay, you grow tomatoes. That's good. If you can grow tomatoes, why don't you just grow your own fruits then? Tomatoes are a fruit. Why don't you plant some trees if you want certain fruits? I agree with 859. Theft by deception. Okay, Deeker. Oops. Alright, so that's interesting about the Texas landowners don't actually want a wall. Potatoes do? I've never known that, but you're probably right. That's quite a cat. Man, that's a good Photoshop. Human eyes and a human mouth. It's pretty funny. Pretty funny, Deeker. Why? Maybe they experience guilt because, you know, you might gain weight eating it. But that's about it. 298. I don't think so. 497 is usually processed. Science Daily. I look like folding my clothes, but let me look at it. Excessive body fat around the middle is linked to a smaller brain size, according to a study. Carrying extra body fat, especially around the middle, may be linked to brain shrinkage. They determined obesity by measuring body mass index and waist to hip ratio in study participants and found those with higher ratios of both measures had the lowest brain volume. How did they measure the brain volume? Existing research has linked brain shrinkage to memory decline and a higher risk of dementia, but research on whether extra body fat is protective or detrimental to brain size has been inconclusive. Their research looked at a large group of people and found obesity, specifically around the middle, may be linked with brain shrinkage. So, is it like people with smaller brains just eat more because they don't have the brain to tell them to stop eating? Or it's kind of like, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Which came first, the smaller brain size or the larger middle? I guess and then it would be like, well, if you want to get smarter, eat less. That is an interesting post. I agree with you. Tensions rise in federal prisons as weary guards go without pay and work double shifts. An inmate tried to squeeze past him into a restricted area. He told the prisoner to turn around. The inmate lunged at him, punching him in the shoulder. He's like, okay. Even though he didn't get injured, he realized he's working without a paycheck at one of the most dangerous federal jobs in America during the partial government shutdown. Ten 16-hour shifts become routine because a growing number of guards are calling in sick in protest, or they're working side jobs to pay their bills. Wait, we have 36,000 federal prison workers? 36,000 federal prison workers? How many federal prisoners do we have? Okay, the Federal Bureau of Prisons houses nearly 180,000 inmates. Wow. Many work in remote rural towns where there's no mass transit. Commutes are often an hour or more each way. Wow. That is one, actually I've heard of other jobs that they're like, well, these people are expected to show up. I'm like, why? And then, but the prisoners, the prison guards, I understand. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good point, Real Magoo. The U.S. is very puritanical. Wow. Officers are being asked to work 16-hour shifts once or twice a week, as opposed to once or twice a month. Staff members who are not law enforcement officers are being told to leave their desk jobs to backfill for absent guards on nearly a weekly basis. And inmates are aware of the shutdown, and they're aware that the guards are not getting paid. On New Year's Day, prisoners received special meals like steak or Cornish game hens, which was served by officers who were not receiving pay. Wow. Few things have changed for the prisoners. They continue to receive food and medical care out of a fund that's already been appropriated for the year by Congress. The prisoners get paid for work they perform at the prison. But they only get paid 12 cents to $1 an hour. Wow. Wow. When you were in the military, uniforms were made by the Unicor Prison Industries. Yeah. Yep, Cornish hens, young chickens. Oh, this is your idea of the wall. Build a wall around my house. I hate everyone. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. And of course, they're upset that Trump and members of Congress are getting paid during the shutdown. Wow. Oh, goodness. A turtle. Okay. I'll leave that about Michael J. Fox. Yeah. Good point, Misanthropy. Oh, I can order from Prison Industries if I want. Unicor.gov. Thanks. Thanks so much. Okay. Wow. That's pretty funny. I like all your humor, Deeker. Wow.
You're so kind to put up with us. Thank you.
Did you see I cleaned the bottom of the fridge?
Yeah, I noticed that. It looked great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Very clean.
Okay.
I'll be right there. Just gonna
All right.
get ready to. I'm glad you're doing the Drudge Report. That's good.
I just look a little bit.
I think it's kind of cool.
The Mexican president is telling the motorists, don't panic over gas shortages.
Obrador is having gas shortages?
I guess in Mexico.
Yeah.
All right. They jog around the wall. Oh. Wow. AI is going to show you how you will look in 20 years. Scientists are seeking ways to take real measures of pain by looking at people's eyes. High fiber cuts early death. Eat more fiber. Hello, Mitchells. Venezuela may have large oil reserves. They were in the past one of the OPEC countries. However, they've decided to be a communist state. Okay. You're pretty funny, Ace Spade.
I don't think we opened up ProCams at all tonight, so.
No.
That's great. I'm going to be opening up a Blog Talk radio show. I'm going to set it up for 9 o'clock. I'm going to go
Okay.
do that while you hang in the show.
Okay.
I could get around to here.
All right.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. Sounds good.
Oh, I just realized
You're a
I can't.
socialist
I just
communist.
realized I can't do this.
Oh, right.
Well, no, I could do this, theoretically.
Why?
Well, I don't have any Skype minutes left.
Right. Do you want me to get you some more Skype minutes?
I need Skype minutes to call in. Yeah, I'm going to have to wait on this because I have to call in with Skype because I can't call in from my phone. They won't accept it. And the host call-in thing is a separate thing. We have to pay $29.99 a month, or $39.99 a month they want just to run a show. So, dang. I wonder if I can get people just to call in, you know, without talking.
Without talking?
I mean, people could call in this way. I could just have their calls come in. I don't need to be in the show.
Oh, yeah.
Theoretically. Let me see if I can, it'd be a great place for people to just call in, Let me see if I can pull that
Yeah.
up.
Sure, that'll work.
Yeah.
If Democrats are looking for fresh new faces, why do they look at septuagenarian white guys?
They don't look at white guys. They look at strictly, Latinos or...
No. Like...
we've got a white guy who wants to run for president in our state. The governor of Washington wants to run.
Oh, I know. I was just... Never mind.
He's not that great.
I hear about the women that want to run, and I'm like, oh God, no.
Yeah, I know.
I'd rather... No. I'd rather not.
Well, Ocasio, she doesn't understand government. She actually said that... She said that Congress is made up of two branches, of three branches, she said, and everyone was quick to say, no, Congress is made up of the House and the Senate. There's not three branches in Congress. She confused Congress with our government.
Yeah.
And she made that common error, which is not appropriate for a person who plans on running for office. And I think personally that Hillary helped her win. I really do.
Yes, I was reading the news.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just looking at...
What are you talking about, Scrizzle? Oh, David. Huh. Yeah, okay.
Opener.
I agree with you, Waterproof. I haven't... I'd be better than any of those women that want to run. I'll say that much.
Yeah. Definitely. I'm going to connect to the VPN too.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of cool to have the whole setup. I just need to continually work it. If I could get some money back from Skype, they did take away our $25 credit we had. I actually purchased a $30 credit card or credit amount on Skype last year, and they erased it. And I think there's some way of going in there and getting getting them to refresh it. It's like Skype purposely does this to their customers. It's the weirdest thing. A lot of these major computer companies and obviously Microsoft's communication with its its followers or its users is very limited. Google is even more limited. YouTube hardly ever talks to people. It's like they're missing the whole point of communication and why we need to have this open dialogue. You know, they have completely lost track of customer service. All these major companies have. I know you can get an eBay person on the line. That's pretty good. eBay actually has people on staff that can talk to you if you have a problem. But I really believe that all these companies are dropping the ball on one-on-one communication with their customer. And as we advance in the artificial intelligence era, we're going to see more communication going on between the computer. Hello, how can I help you? Press 1 if you'd like to talk to an employee at this company. Press 2. And you'll be going through these phone systems like that like all the time, because that's what we'll have left, because they don't want to actually get real people there to listen to us or to talk to us. It's just a technological issue that's happening in our society right now.
Wow, 799. Interesting.
What's happening?
He says that Ring company lets their employees watch customer videos.
Oh, really?
Of like their houses.
iRing lets their people watch their homes. Wow, that's crazy. That's wild. That's lack of security. Thanks for telling us. We had no idea. No, Robuscules cannot possibly get to my location. If he does, he's going to be in trouble. Yeah, that'll be a bad thing for him. Yeah, he's a psychiatric patient who needs to be hospitalized. I think they're not going to let him out of the daycare facility he's in. All right.
That's funny, Teaker. All right, how are you?
Yeah, I'm just going to finish this up here. I'm just getting into Skype and see if I can make a call. I don't think I can. But there was like 50 cents credit on it.
Okay. Oceans have reached their hottest temperatures on record.
Oh, really?
Michael Cohen is going to testify before Congress in February.
Yes, he is.
Yes, I have a cell phone, which David always tells me, turn it off, don't hold it next to your body.
Yes. Try to avoid RF signals can be.
But it's turned off. It was next to my body, but it was turned off.
Good. Good. I'm so glad to hear that.
Oh, that's a good one, Deeker. All right.
This didn't auto sign
Bill
in.
numbered 420 would regulate pot like alcohol.
Oh, that's not good. Yeah, anytime you control a system that could be an open market, you're going to limit all kinds of opportunity. It's going to be a bad thing for our world. Okay. Yeah, one way to get into these online systems to communicate is to actually, somebody said Google Plus has a system, or Google has a Google Phone or Google Talk has a system where we can get in. That's what I've heard.
I don't think so, lots of.
Supposedly there's a way of dialing out of our Google account. And I've yet to figure that out, so I'll have to keep that in mind when I look on the internet. But yeah, yowza. All right, I'm going to take over the show.
Okay, good. Because
you can rest
done.
up. Thank you so much for everything. I'll go from here. Okay, thank you. All right, I'm just going to pull that chair off to the left here. Thank you. All right, thanks. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, I'm going to go off camera and give you something just to look at. And, right. This was a very interesting statement somebody came up with. Not interesting? Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for, this is, we normally don't put things like this in the screen, but yeah, the F thing is not something I encourage. But one of our supporters wrote that, and that meme, and I thought that was really cool. Pardon me? Fix what? You've been removed from the show. Sorry. We are unable to remove people in this show. Talk about lack of control. iVlog is ridiculous. I cooked a wonderful shrimp rotini dinner tonight. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Gosh. And it was fantastic. I just had a serving of it. It had garlic and pesto in it, and it had Alfredo base, and it was fantastic. I wonder if there's a way of calling somebody. I guess there's no way of, they don't give you any free credit. That's a shame. You'd think a Skype would want to do some business, you know? What I'm really addressing here, folks, is the lack of communication between companies like Skype and obviously Apple is, you know, a big, huge purchase point for a lot of people. Well, Apple stocks just tanked. Apple may not be communicating with their audience well enough because their stock value has dropped significantly, 7% drop recently. And then you've got the possibility that Apple is selling its actual code or letting China use it to develop phones, and they're actually going to see a competitor that will be 1/6 the price. That's virtually a huge drop, 80% drop in the price of anything. So you're seeing Apple possibly take a huge hit. These companies are going to have to revive themselves by being, upfront and personal with people. Communicate. like I'm communicating with you right now. I know Skype is Microsoft. That's my point. They're not communicating with their entire base. How are they going to actually talk to people? All right, let's see if I can pull this off. It's a challenge just to do on a show. And if I've got a Blog Talk Radio show to go live, duration 30 minutes right now, open discussion, open chat. Okay. Short pitch. Tell me what is on your mind. Yeah, it's just building a show. Unfortunately, I can't even do a Skype show at this point because the technology is being altered. Skype doesn't have security, and there's issues that some guy posted porn pics in our show, in our Skype show. We had a Skype thing last week, and he's posting porn pics. You know, I don't need that. I don't need that harassment. Anyway, let's do that. Lots of politics discussed. Just want to do something simple and to the point. Okay. All right, sorry for the boring aspect of our show right now. All right, back to you in the chat room. Thank you for putting up with this. So ocean boiling to the hottest temperature on record confirms that this, argument that the Agenda 21 and the Agenda 2030 is all about addressing these issues that are happening. We might argue that a lot of this is artificially created, that if we stop the cause of it, we will stop the problem. And I believe that the problem is caused partly not due to our greenhouse gas problem in general, but more importantly, the possibility that they're spraying the skies with chemicals that is aggressively changing the way we actually see our world. It's changing the atmosphere. Everything's changing. Everything's in flux. So chemies in the air are happening as we speak. So, is stoner breath everywhere? Exactly. So if you don't think that the chemicals that they're altering the atmosphere with, as evinced by the picture behind me, that's a pretty intense one. Look at that. If you don't believe that this is actually happening, and it in no way connects the dots between that and their Agenda 2030 and Agenda 21, the 21st century agenda, or the Agenda 2030, which is really a dramatic attempt by elitists to make us think that the sky is falling, that there's something going on. Well, artificially enhancing the chemicals in the air is only going to erode the ozone and cause a rampant decay of our magnetosphere. With heavy metals roaming the atmosphere, it's going to alter the way we are actually interacting with the sun. So this playing God is really the source of this, not in any way you and I having, a little bit of muffler exhaust out of our car. So don't buy into that BS that they're pushing. When we take control of this country as a third party, we will have the power to stop the sprays above us. Now, a lot of you are being sucked into the belief that Donald Trump is fighting the deep state. That's just a CIA rewrite of the desire to control the situation. They control all angles, and one of those angles is that Donald Trump is somehow a guy going against the media, or a guy who is somehow, fighting the deep state. Donald Trump has never mentioned chemtrails, other than to nod on the Alex Jones show. He's never even talked about them. So if we're going to address these issues, we're going to have to get serious about this. A third party will do that. In no way is Donald going to do that. He has no plan to stop chemtrails. Now, I not only want to get it to the point where we all are safe, but I want to figure out exactly who did this, and I want to charge them with a crime. So that's going to be a bigger step than just saying, yeah, we're going to stop it for a while, and they'll just start it up again. We have to get to the perpetrators here. And there are people committing crimes right now against our humanity, against our air that we breathe. The very thing that we're born into, thinking that was somehow a given that we'd have air to breathe. They are purposely polluting it without asking any one of you whether you should do that or we should do that to you. That's a huge violation of human rights on a grand scale, larger than anyone could even imagine, because everyone in the world is completely affected by this. We're breathing nanoparticles. That's a fact. So the Democrats won't discuss it, the Republicans won't discuss it, but yet they say, well, we've got all this terrible, dangerous climate change happening, and we have to fund our plan for cap and trade. I just played an audio clip earlier of a false flag at the synagogue, a crisis event that took place at 9:40 that morning at that synagogue. And I showed you there's proof out there that these things are false flags and they're being pushed upon us. What this is, these false flags, really is the government being able to get away with it. When a child screams fire in a theater or does something horrible, cries wolf, it's a serious matter that you can't just ignore. Well, they're crying wolf. And this is what's happening, and they're making it so that real terrorist events don't seem like anything. And the reason why they're doing it is because they've integrated a plan with the Strong Cities Network, the UN-based system that was put in place under Obama to promote a global police force. They funded $1 billion. Our government put $1 billion into Baltimore's anti-riot system, which is state-of-the-art. Then they had a riot in Baltimore. Ironic, huh? They're getting ready to start implementing a totalitarian police state across the board, across our nation. And they're doing this slowly, gradually, building up their forces. There is even talk that Jade Helm might have been an actual program put in play by an AI system designed to protect our military. It's called Jade Helm 2.0 or Jade 2.0. Jade 2.0 is an actual AI system that protects our country. And Jade Helm may very well have been exactly what it was intended to do, to move munitions and ordnance into a place that it could rapidly deploy in the event they had to use it against our own population. The UN is integrating into our country, and this is something that we're not getting any recall or recourse from the two parties. They're gradually taking over, the UN being the new world order, the world government. So we have an option right now. We can actually stop all of this and stop the chemtrails in America and get to the bottom of this and reverse the course of history, which seems to be on track to destroy humankind. That 90% of us really are targeted for removal in the next 20 years. That's a fair estimate. That's not exaggerating at all. And if you don't realize this, you just have to look and see how they are able to slowly kill off the population, whether it's the food we're eating, the air we breathe, the water we drink, poisons that were in our atmosphere that they're purposely sticking in our atmosphere to breathe, or the possibility that we are in fact being hit with radio frequencies which could affect us as well everywhere we go. And when the more you look, the more you realize, yeah, really, they're bombarding the human race with all kinds of things. If they wanted to extinguish the humanity, they're on track to do it. What are we going to do to stop them? That's really the bottom line. Yeah, I don't talk about mainstream crap. I bring up I bring up the Donald Trump subject because he's been a veritable wart in the face of progress. He's putting us back 15 years in our mindset. He's taking us back to the crew cut days of the John Birchers, really, his mentality. And they've turned those John Birchers into Trump supporters. And they're all out there going, yeah, I think our country needs some... Now, I strongly support this wall. Don't get me wrong. I want to see it built soon as opposed to later. I think Donald Trump has wasted 2 years of our time not building this wall and not lobbying for it in Congress like Ann Coulter and Rush Limbaugh have said. I think we have the opportunity right now to actually make it happen with a container fence idea. Yeah. Well, the reality is, crying wolf is an old saying that in America, where if you cry wolf, a kid's crying wolf all the time, they actually nothing they say is taken seriously, and when they are really sick or really in danger, we neglect them. So Donald Trump is kind of blowing it by using an emergency act to get this fence built, when in fact we may very well have an onslaught of people coming to our border if there's a disaster down in Mexico City. That would be a serious emergency. So he's kind of blowing it with his emergency use here. Like I said, there's money in the VA, a super fund from 2007 that would finance this fence. We just have to put our troops down there and protect them. That's all we have to do. It's perfectly justifiable to build a barrier around our country. Every country out there practically has one. We have one that doesn't work well, but we have to just beef it up. There are no chemtrail pilots except for a few. Most of the planes that dump the chemicals down are done automatically. There are apparently 7 different planes that can connect to a land system directed by one command center. That they can fly 7 planes simultaneously around the country from one command center, and they can deliver all these toxins in the atmosphere on call from a remote signal, RF signal. I don't know how it's done, but the blimp plane idea is a wonderful technology which, if it were to be implemented, could veritably change the way we travel. And we could veritably charge a very little amount of money, because there's hardly any energy that goes into this to speak of. Most of the lift takes place by the dirigible itself, lifting it up into the air. And the cost is about $100 each way from LA to New York, or anywhere across the country. It'd be about $100 per passenger. It would take much longer because it could only go about 300 miles per hour. Yeah, but a blimp wall? No. Yeah, this is Aesop's Fables dates back to the Greek slave and storyteller misanthropy. But these things could veritably be a form of travel for all of us, and I seriously wouldn't expect any one of these to crash. And if they did, we'd have a parachute system built. One of the people that came into our room recently, when I say recently, as in within 2 years, suggested that the entire, the inside of this, all the ribbing of this entire dirigible could open up right here. And this area could be a vapor lock for protecting any expansion from hydrogen if we're using hydrogen. And it could be netted and connected to the fuselage of the plane inside in a harness, and then connected inside in the ribbing. And every single time this blows up, it would automatically expand out, and it would become a huge parachute. And we could have another parachute in the front, the nose cone, and one in the rear, the tail, and both sides of the plane could have parachutes as well. So parachutes on a plane would typically cost, if I got 20 parachutes on one plane, it would cost me about $50,000 to do that. $50,000 to save everybody on board a plane. I don't know about you, but that seems like an affordable investment. Yet why don't any of our planes have parachutes? We are not concerned about real viewers. Many of our show's viewers are actually automatic systems based on artificial intelligence. Many of us are communicating well into the future with AIs. If you believe this is real, thank you for coming to the iBlog Show. Beep. But no, seriously, we have a regular show going all the time. None of us are robots, except for there's an AI system called ATP Bot over here at Vaughn, who comments on links that you send in. It's pretty interesting. Ghost created it. And there was another version of it called ThoughtBot that was a strike-off that didn't work very well. It was malfunctioning. It started doxing us. Somebody told me it started doxing our show. Yeah. ATP Bot is really good. Anyway, the idea of creating parachutes for planes was something I brainstormed a while back. I did some looking up the cost of parachutes and how expensive they would be and how many parachutes it would take to slow down a plane to a point where it could actually safely land. And they estimate 20 large parachutes. Well, I think we could afford 20 parachutes for an entire crew and the souls of 250 people on board a plane. I mean, I don't understand why we haven't prioritized that, let alone the blimp plane. So Thought and Solar, tiny house list, and it posted your address. Wow. No kidding. Huh. Thank you for telling me, Misanthropy. Somebody corrupted the code. That guy that comes in, I don't even know his name. I mean, Mark has a couple of texts that hang out here. He was the reason. Yeah. Yvonne something. Yeah. Anyway, we could draw circles and have fun. But seriously, I'm not out of the box talking about parachutes for planes. I think we really do have the possibility in the future of doing that. One of the reasons why I don't fly is because it's pretty dangerous. And especially considering there are all kinds of people that have threatened me. And if somebody had real control over a plane, which apparently they have that ability because the navigation centers are not protected, then the possibility is enormous for someone to go after me, a potential, candidate for president, and then take everybody else with me. That would be horrible. I can't imagine the feeling of guilt that I would feel if I were to see a plane attack because I was on it. So I don't fly. I haven't flown since 9/11 happened. I used to fly quite a bit, but I didn't really have a real fear of flying. But just now that I know that most onboard navigation systems are apparently hackable, it can happen. Right. Sometimes we don't have any ops over here, which is possible, but that one guest does a great job. Yeah. He's been working on a bunch of videos. Scissor Fight's been overwhelmed with the spraying above his house. In our video lineup, we play a lot of his stuff, and we certainly wanted to, make sure he has the time to do that. He's getting really attacked. His whole house is, the whole Florida area is being hit with chemtrails right now, and so is California. Christian Bale is thanking Satan for inspiring him in a role as Dick Cheney. Let's take a look.
Over there, Adam. He said, there, Adam. He said, I've got to find somebody who can be absolutely charisma free and reviled by everybody. So he went, that's got to be Bale in it, Thank you, and for all the competition, I will be cornering the market on charisma free. What do you think? Mitch McConnell next? That could be good, couldn't it?
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you to Satan for giving me inspiration on how to play this role.
He thanked Satan. Wow, that's kind of strange, don't you think? It's just weird. Could it be? I don't want to talk about other people in that way, but yeah, you should put cilantro on your taco. Sarah doesn't like it because she says it tastes like detergent, but I like cilantro. Try a little of it. It's good for you. It's a type of parsley. You'll like it, yeah. yeah, everybody, Yoko Ono she's coming out with a new story about what she did to contribute to the final years of the Beatle albums. Apparently, Yoko Ono was involved in the writing of some of the songs, like Let It Be, I'm guessing. I think the famous song Yoko Ono, that was a big hit. Yoko Ono. She's just an immense talent, and I think we'll realize how much talent she has in the next century when people stop talking. Eventually, with thought transfer and the future advent of RFID chipping of the human population, we will no longer be speaking with our voices. Our voice box will become useless, and she will be seen as an icon of human expression. You know, there are people that believe that RFID chipping and transhumanism is the future. I don't. I'm actually morally against it. I won't get chipped. There's technically no reason for me to be chipped if I'm hardwired. Okay. She doesn't seem very talented now, but she will someday. She has that primal scream thing going on. It's really kind of cool. I like that. Hey, you want to talk about directed energy weapons and how they burn the entire coastline of California? I do. Yeah. Well, there's things called directed energy weapons that were created by Nikola Tesla about 100 years ago. Yeah, I'd like to play Yoko Ono. Thank you. Yoko. That's a perfect song for tonight. Thank you. You're awesome. Mangalitis to the wind. Well, regardless, let's talk about how this thing that Misanthropy discovered shows the actual fracking area that they want to actually get gas and oil from the California area, which is ripe to this day with lots of gas and fumes. There's a big, huge methane cache in Porter, California. There's a massive amount of oil and gas underneath a place called Paradise. You remember Paradise, right? The place that was burned to a crisp. Yeah. That happens to coincide with the area that Misanthropy has noticed. I don't think Yoko assassinated John. She was the one that wanted to live in Dakota. That was her deal. She wanted to live in the Dakota. And John could have lived in England. He could have divorced Yoko and moved in with Cynthia again. Poor Julian doesn't have any money from that whole thing, and Sean Lennon is sitting on tons with his mom. Okay, here's the situation. Right around the Porter, or rather right around the Paradise attack, one guy was actually in his van, and he dang near got burned. Here it is, his sampling of this fire encounter that happened, and this is like right after it happened. And you'll feel and sense the seriousness of this encounter when you listen to this man. He literally escaped seconds away from being burned to death. Nobody had a chance to run. It was like you're sitting in your car and you're boiling.
She died because of it. A small dog. This is what happens. I was not, but oh my God, I'm feet away from here. This is where I jumped over the fence right there. This guy didn't make it. There's a bunch of dead bodies here. We got trapped. Oh. I cannot believe people that my car runs. Now, this is the poor guy who came down to get my crippled friend out, and he didn't make it. Nobody made it down here. These people all got burned out. I was right down below them here, and my friend, as the car's on fire, you can see he's dead, and his mother.
Wow. There's their bodies.
I'm sorry, buddy.
That's horrible. There's another one.
Yeah, these people all got burned out. There's dead bodies in here. They're all burned. Every fucking one of them. You can see the bones in the front seats. These people got burned out in their cars like I almost did. Dead, dead, dead. Everybody here is dead. All 4 cars. I went to their house right here in this white car to get them out. She had to put her makeup on. She died because of it. I cannot believe my Jeep made it, my dogs. I prayed. This is the Holy Spirit working for you. I mean, my dogs went through the fire. It's totally meltdown. Oh, everybody died down here. Oh my God. Oh my God, guys. Oh, baby. It's all right, we're all right.
Yeah. A couple of his dogs died, I think. Anyway, the seriousness of this is just like huge. He's lucky to be alive. And many of us
got trapped down here. We couldn't get out. My friend that died, he was a crippled. He's dead. That's just a horrific way to die. Horses made it. Oh my God. I'm so lucky to be alive. I went down the canyon into a creek. It came over me and I thought I was gonna die. I ain't lying. I'm gonna write a book about this. Incredible.
Wow. Yeah, I always get choked up about this. It's really easy to just blow it off and go, yes, 83 people died in the Paradise Fire. But then you think, well, wait a second. They reported 88 dead, with 568 missing. And then they reported 88 dead with 320 missing. And then they reported 83 dead, with now there's about 195 missing still. How did the number of people that died drop? Did 5 of those people come back to life? Yeah, I mean, what we are experiencing is a massive cover-up. There is an estimate of 24,000 people that were in that area that no longer have a home. That was last year's census. Nobody lives there anymore. They're all gone. Yet only 83 people are dead. And very few of the outreach centers had people coming in with their families to try to get safety and get help. This was a cremation. And it's arguable that they used directed energy weapons to do this. That's what we have to deal with. This reality, it's hard to deal with when you think about it. Yeah, it gets more and more disturbing. That's why you need to be aware of what this could be. Now, I don't believe that anybody here sitting right now is in danger from directed energy weapons. I believe that the theory that they just wanted to get this property under control and use it without going through eminent domain is the most likely reason why they did it. So, yeah. This fracking map says it all. I think Misanthropy uncovered the truth. Now, it turns out the company that did this fracking map is PG&E. The electric company, PG&E. And they actually are underwritten by the Rothschild family. Yeah, that was pretty freaky, wasn't it? They were underwritten by the Rothschild family. And there are... Now, Dr. Meow, by the way, has RFID chips throughout his entire body. He has been connected to... he's actually one of those people that believes, obviously, in transhumanism. Sorry to, interrupt the discussion of California fracking and the Rothschild family, but he's responding to my question earlier. The trium informations that can be interpreted by the AI to generate computer order of the demotic system. So you have, you've already installed RFID chips in your wrist, left temple, and base of your spine. So you're receiving images that are going to a computer and It is responding whenever you have to, flashlight. It automatically turns the fan on in your bathroom. So while you're releasing gas, it's going, Dr. Meow, it seems that you just farted. We will now turn the air filter on in your room. See how integrated you are? It's not transhumanism. It doesn't modify you, but it gives you more senses. Well, you're assuming it doesn't modify you. You have a ninth sense now. Wow. He no longer has a sixth sense. He's up to 6, 7, 8. He's up to 9 senses now. It's fascinating. So you're living in somewhat of a virtual universe. Didn't you choose the chip in your brain to give you instantaneous 3D communication with the virtual world? Wouldn't you rather communicate virtually? I would think you would. My other chat is not boring. We're literally talking about a guy who chipped himself. He has a chip in the temple of his head. Now, he's also believed by Scissor Fight, who's not here right now, to be a pathological liar. But I don't think a guy who bought me a knife set would be a pathological liar. I'm beginning to believe him. Yeah. We're not really sure why he sent me such a nice gift for Christmas. All right. Thank you, by the way, Dr. Meow. Now, they have the ability to create directed energy weapons. They've got the ability to create a tremendous amount of focused energy that could burn anything, like a car, like what we just saw. They have this ability. There's no question about it. The question is, will any of us be affected? I don't think so. I don't think they're going to use it to stop people right now. I think they're really just thinking about building a rapid transit system and using all the oil where they killed all the people. That's a nice way of putting it. It's like saying Adolf Hitler wasn't so bad. He really was bad. But I mean, when you put it in that context, well, he really helped Germany. Not really. He killed everybody in Germany simply by starting wars. So you can't really say they're nice people to have burned all those people in their stand and then take over the entire media and have all the police in on it. It's called a Damask knife, and it is 67 layers of steel. Fantastic, amazing thing. You can look it up online. I saw it built. A guy was making one like that. It's fascinating. Talk about high temperatures. And it's unbelievable how sharp those are. Anyway, there's a lot of radio frequencies that we're not aware of. The 5G network could veritably be a part of this configuration, that they may be using it right now to manipulate the weather. We don't know. I don't really need to watch I'm really kind of just touching down on the knife story because I really don't want to make an issue of it. Guess Democrats are not completely insane. They keep Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez off tax writing committee. Oh, there you go. That's pretty funny. Let me show you the light over the Ontario skies with all the LED lighting that they're using for growing marijuana. Check this out. Isn't that amazing? That's all RF lighting from Ontario, from greenhouses that are growing pot. Fascinating. They are. Those are amazing knives. I wish I could get that Ocasio-Cortez link to play, but it's giving me some problems. Fascinating, huh? I just make it my background, Well, we're here outside of this is the background from an LED in the background. So there's a major effect upon lots of RF signaling. Radio frequencies can make lights like this. Dirty energy. Ocasio is the Sarah Palin of 2019. I agree. What is this? Let's take a look at this. Let me get the audio going here. That's a cool skill screener, man. I'm impressed.
Now wait a second, it will come out.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's just a silk screener, an automatic silk screener for one shirt at a time. Yeah, I think Ocasio will be, they'll see that she's not too bright and she'll be pulled out of the loop. Unless, of course, she really is getting money from Hillary. Really? A study has been found, I think we got this covered. A study has been found linking excessive weight around the middle linked to smaller brain size. Wow, you guys better lose your gut if you want to have a bigger brain. Yeah, there's a direct correlation between your gut and your brain size. I can see a lot of guys doing sit-ups tonight just imagining, gee, I better, lose my gut. Otherwise, people think I got a small brain. Yeah. I want to be accepted at the next Trump speech. I don't want anyone to think I'm one of them. And we found out this horrible news that Donald Trump has chosen a guy who's at the very center of corporate coal to be our EPA director. Talk about out of touch with reality. Acting EPA Administrator Andrew Wheeler announces the new coal plants no longer have to meet planned, tougher Obama-era standards. He's a coal executive. Of course, he wants to relax all standards against coal companies. They don't care. Well, he definitely has a 40-inch waist. Yeah, and you'll see everybody in Donald Trump's cabinet has a small brain. If that's true. Yeah. I remember Rex Tillerson had a small brain because of his largeness. We lose 300 Americans a week, 90% of which comes through the southern border. These numbers will be drastically reduced if we have a wall. Well, I suppose maybe true. Most crimes are being committed by people who are legally born here, who are in gang members, And most MS-13 gang members are not necessarily illegal aliens, Mr. Trump. Yeah, man. Mr. Trump don't know nothing about MS-13, I don't know anything about MS-13 either, but I did walk near some people at Disneyland recently, and they were MS-13 members. They had it all over their arms. Okay. Now you're starting to piss me off. Okay. You cockroach. No, I don't want to be Tony Montana. I don't think we need to even go there. Don't ever screw me, Tony. No, Mr. Salsa, I'd never screw you, man. I'm trying to give you a live version of the Moe's New Year's Eve. Are you serious? You keep dishing it out and I haven't even picked it up? That is cool. Thank you so much. We're going to watch Moe's live New Year's Eve. And you guys probably know that Moe is one of our favorite female artists now that we play. Not because she's beautiful or she has a great body. She's just unique. She's a unique performer. I kind of like that. So we'll play some Moe. We'll play some Momo on the Momo New Year's Eve 2015 Nobel Prize contest. That's going to be good, man. I can't wait. Well, she's a woman who dances well. I think she's an avant-garde dancer. Okay. Say hello to my little friend. No, I don't really want to pretend to be anything tonight. I just want to be myself and talk about this amazing theory of California fracking being connected to the fires and the directed energy weapons. That's really my primary focus tonight. No, but I could actually talk about other things besides these things, like the lies of the mainstream media and how many times I've been turned down by interviews. That's something I could talk about, but let's see what this is about.
speech from the Oval Office tonight. Before making that speech today, the president's campaign sent out a fraudulent email to Trump supporters saying, "Friend, I will be addressing the nation tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the humanitarian and national security crisis on our southern border. We need to raise $500,000 in one day. I want to know everyone who stood with me when it mattered most, so I've asked my team to send me a list of every American patriot who donates to the official Secure the Border Fund. Please make a special contribution of $5 by 9 p.m. Eastern Time to our official Secure the Border Fund to have your name sent to me after my speech." That was all a lie. In the finer print of the email, it says the contributions are to the Trump Make America Great Again Committee. That is the president's re-election committee. The president lied to his supporters in that email today, telling them that their contribution would be to an official Secure the Border Fund. Immediately after the speech, the president then sent out another fundraising email saying, "Friend, President Trump just finished his speech addressing our national security crisis on the southern border and explaining why he will not cave to the Democrats. We sent him a list of all patriots who donated to our official Secure the Border Fund, and he noticed your name wasn't on the list. Since you've been such a strong supporter and one of our greatest advocates for the wall, we have decided to extend your deadline to get on the list." And that is what the president's request for network broadcast time tonight was all about. He used it to raise money for his re-election campaign, pretending to his supporters that the money they would contribute would be used to secure the border. His first.
Waterproof Sponge says, "Oh my God, I don't believe anything this jacko says." He's just telling it like it is, man. Trump solicited as low as $5 donations that he personally said he was going to look at their name if they sent it in. Just to bring in as low as $5 donations to get to his fund over what he said was going to help the wall, when in fact there's no connection. I think he was upset that that young man with 3 limbs missing has been collecting, what is his fund up to, 18 million? How much is the Build the Wall fund up to right now? Some of you are tracking it, 20, 21 million. They didn't get my 5 either, but isn't that amazing that he's hitting people up for cash? Okay, well, we won't play it because he's MSNBC. I get it. You're prejudiced. That's okay. We'll move on. It's in the record. Facebook, cult-like workplace, where dissent is discouraged and employees pretend to be happy all the time. Oh yes, I'm having a great day. Mark Zuckerberg is coming. Yes, I have to be nice. You heard 500 billion. No, they haven't gotten 500 billion. The Build Your Wall fund was up to 18 million recently. They're shooting for 1 billion. You're talking through your you-know-what, and not your pie hole. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you an important announcement from Reptilian Dave. This was a capture of my face during an episode where I morphed into a reptile. Wouldn't that be kind of weird? Somebody did the paste up. They took the time to do this. That's pretty sad, isn't it? To think that somebody would actually create a face like this. No, that's just sad, see? Reptilian Dave. Hi, everybody. Don't worry, the radiation isn't going to be a problem unless you're bleeding from your orifices. All right, moving on. I don't want to bore you with that detail. That's ridiculous. But anyway, it's a cult-like environment where unless you bend over and grease up, you may not get a promotion. More than a dozen former Facebook employees detailed how their company's leadership and its performance review system has created a culture where any dissent is discouraged. Employees say Facebook's stack ranking performance review system drives employees to push out products and features that drive user engagement without fully considering potential long-term negative impacts on user experience or privacy. It's like everything they say to their people is like riddled with all kinds of legalese. Isn't that weird? That was strange. Reliance on peer reviews created an underlying pressure for Facebook employees to forge friendships with colleagues for the sake of career advancement. Meaning, that's good, Mr. Zuckerman. You're doing great. Zuckerberg. Oh, I'm sorry. You called me Zuckerman. You're fired. No. Yeah. No. David, tonight they have a special on Monica and Bill Clinton? I hope so. Monica and Bill, when is that special going to air? On cable TV or something? That's pretty funny. You are prejudiced against a network that has been caught in lies over and over again. All mainstream media is total. Well, you're just one of those Trump people that believe that it's all fake news. There's no Russian. It's all a Russian hoax. No collusion. It's all fake news. You just recant those in your sleep at night, don't you? Waterproof sponge. Yes, Donald. Praise you, Donald. How many people believe that Donald Trump is God? Press 1. And I won't kick you. I believe some people are worshiping Trump. Heck, they're probably worshiping nuclear destruction, too. No, I saw a bunch of people in his chat room. I was in a chat room with 10,000 people today, chatting with him about Trump while he spoke about the serious problem with, all these MS-13 gang members raping your daughters and things. Oh, yeah. Everybody's going to be raped. They're all drug dealers. Everybody, including the 7- and 8-year-old boy, 7-year-old girl, they're all drug dealers in MS-13. So thank goodness we have a 1.5. Leonard Person believes that Trump is not only God, but also the everlasting truth. I'm sorry, North Skankster. You said that every time you come in here. It's amazing. Yeah, and you get banned every time you come in here because of that. Now, let's be clear. I don't want any of you to be drinking like Alec Baldwin after he got arrested. So please stop drinking and try to stay sober. Be like Barack Obama when he drinks quite a bit. Actually, be like Donald Trump and don't drink. Okay? I cannot make tacos next week, no. I could. It's either tacos or chili. But I'm going to change the name to Tacos. I don't like the pronunciation of tacos. I don't like it as much as you like this. This is, I believe, a Brazilian butt lift that was done properly. Now, Madonna, on the other hand, was seen at one of her epic New Year's Eve specials with a butt lift that absolutely shocked the world. Yeah. Many fans around the globe are concerned that Madonna has done something odd with her butt. A Taco Tuesday? No, that's too much. It's taco to you, buddy. I would like to make some Spanish rice and some chili, I think. I got it. I'll make chili and Spanish rice this week coming up. And then I'll make tacos with it the next week, right after that. That makes sense, right? Yes, Mr. Zuckerberg, I'm happy to be here with all these other people that are probably psychos. I want to keep my job. Mr. Zuckerberg, thank you. So they're breeding this false sense of happiness. Man, people must be really hitting on these butt implants. Wow. Terrifying pictures of Madonna. I'll be playing you in just a second. But I can't seem to get anything to work. I think I'm overloaded. I am overloaded with links. So the big news today is we found out that Mueller interviewed one of Trump's campaign pollsters And oh, you got calf implants? I believe it. Some people really have small calves. They have to, look normal at the beach when they're on the beach. But yeah, lots of things are happening right now. Donald Trump denied giving pollster data to the Ukrainian oligarchs, but apparently Manafort has spilled the beans and said that he was, prior to the election, giving pollster data to the Ukrainian oligarchs.
Democrats who were saying, why was Paul Manafort sharing this information? Now, Tony Fabrizio would not comment for the story, but a person who was familiar with his interview said that he was asked about some of the work he had previously done with Paul Manafort in Ukraine. He did some polling for him in 2013 and in 2012, but wasn't asked about proprietary Trump campaign data. What we don't know, though, is what else was covered over the course of this interview. We know that when Mueller brings witnesses in, they tend to be pretty extensive interviews. They tend to cover a lot of ground. So there's still a lot of questions about what they might have wanted with Fabrizio and whether it was campaign related, whether it was solely Manafort related, and, whether there were any follow-up interviews after that.
And what we now know is that, and because of Manafort's attorneys failing to redact something in a filing, an admission that Manafort passed on this proprietary data, as you put it, internal polling data, pretty sensitive stuff. He passed that on. We've also since learned, right, that he was in the hole, millions of dollars to an oligarch, right? So he had some business dealings. He was vulnerable in some ways, at least on one front, and we've learned this.
Yeah, Paul Manafort basically had no money coming in, and he still took a job working on the Trump campaign and didn't accept a salary for taking that job. There were a lot of weird things going on with his finances. It turns out, he had previously been making all of this money with these pro-Russian Ukrainian oligarchs. They still owed him millions of dollars, and a source told CNN that's who he wanted to get the polling data to, these pro-Russian Ukrainian oligarchs. Now,
so Trump denies having any knowledge of this, which is fine. Here is the butt lift we were talking about, live video of the... Okay, thank you. All right. Hey, she actually was pretty cool about it. She actually said that it was perfectly normal for her to... Yeah, it was perfectly normal for her to have her butt lifted. Now, this Brazilian butt lift is a very popular thing among stars, and I'm not sure where she's going with this, but it looks a little saggy. Yeah, and I'm not sure why but she said she has every right to do this with her body, and she doesn't care. So she's very outspoken, Madonna is. I think that comes with drinking the blood and the spirit cooking stuff. People get really kind of, outspoken when they do that. Like Marina Abramovich, the woman who drinks blood, semen, urine, shit. You heard about her? Yeah, she's really weird. Well, Madonna's friends with her, and so is Lady Gaga. And I'm wondering, do you drink blood? Yeah. You seem pretty outspoken. Are you a blood drinker? You might be suffering from gingivitis, and do you bleed in your mouth? Don't comment about that. That may be you're drinking your own blood. Auto-vampirism, they call it. Well, you want to drink your own blood, and you just have to bite yourself. Whatever. Wow, the chat over there is so boring. Well, so far, you haven't chatted enough over at iVlog to verify that that's true. You guys are playing it safe by not saying anything. But you're right. By people chatting and communicating, they're taking risks. The risk of being boring. Deeker has got a funny one. How do you know when Trump is not lying? When his mouth is closed. That's very funny, Deeker. Thank you so much for making my night. The butt lift for Madonna was enough, really, to kind of round out my evening. Having Jeff Bezos lose half his fortune, that was a rare moment. That's priceless. Well, Trump corrects he recently said he's never said that Mexico is going to pay for the wall. So even his own supporters are going, well, I thought that's what he said. Well, you're supposed to pay for it. He said so. They don't realize that Donald Trump lies on record 3.5 times a day. So far, based, on the numbers. No, actually, it's more than that. Because they say he's lied over 5,000 times, but he's repeated the same lies 3 times. So it's really about 2,000 of the same lies over and over again. Yeah, Fahrenheit chat room. Go ahead and post that link if you got it. Orville had one good episode, really. I just watched Wanted, the Australian show. That was really, really good. So in the Bill and Monica show, Hillary was caught lying several times. I believe it. Well, she remember when she said she's not one of those Tammy Wynette stand by your man women? I think she is. In fact, she covers for him like no other. If Bill wants to go to see his friend Jeffrey, I just want to see Jeffrey Epstein.
You're not going to see him. You're just going to screw those bimbos.
I wish you'd not bring up my sexuality. I think that's wrong of you, Hillary.
I just know you're going to do that.
Well, you had some time with Huba, and many people are wondering what you and Huma Abedin are doing, and her daughter now is sounding more like Ocasio-Cortez.
Well, you're just going out to see Jeffrey to be those young bimbos, and I won't cover for you anymore.
Well, you better cover for me, because I got so much dirt on you. I'll just lay your entire political career out for everybody to look at. You can only imagine their conversation. They got each other in check. I have never seen a couple that has more dirt on each other than Hillary and Bill. I mean, they probably are just like, you can't do that. I can do whatever I want. White shooter turns black, Jasmine Barnes. Wow. Getting good, huh? Well, you came to see a show. I wasn't going to give you nothing. Yeah. It's true love. It's addiction. They're codependent. Okay, we got white shooter turns black, Jasmine Barnes. Whatever that is. Should be fun. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Yeah, I was telling everybody that you have a massive amount of spraying above your house and that you've been editing these great videos that we've been watching in our show. No, this is not a Pierre Beaumont. I got this suit for $5. It's a George. From the George line at Walmart. One of my finer haberdasheries. I rarely ever go to Walmart, but the George suit is an excellent quality fabric. I find it very durable. This will be a suit for life. I'll be able to go anywhere with it. $5 off the rack. I have 2 matching pairs of pants with the little expandable waist for extra comfort. That's pretty nice. Yeah, well, I'm liking it. No chemis today. Woohoo. They stopped the rain. Who will stop the rain? Well, chemis stopped the rain. You're right. They did their job. Man, you were covered yesterday with a blanket of inversion layer that was created by the chemicals he saw in his the skies above his house in California. Does Abedin look like could be Abby Martin's mom? Ooh, you're right. I'm beginning to think that Abby Martin and Uba Abedin and Eva Abedin are all related. Yeah, think of it. The possibilities are enormous. Well, we found this common, picture between. There's this huge lookalike between Ocasio and Eva. Eva is Uma Abedin's sister, and this woman, is Uma Abedin. Yeah. So that's her sister, and it turns out that Ocasio looks very much like Eva. You can definitely see there's no resemblance at all in the nose with Uma. But Eva definitely has a match. Very interesting. And when Eva Abedin stopped tweeting was the same time that Ocasio-Cortez came on the scene in the Bronx and got help from the Clintons to get elected. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. Now, Uma Abedin worked as a Secret Service agent for the Saudi government. She's a potential double agent. We don't know if she's completely safe for Hillary or anyone. So I'm a little surprised that they would jettison Ocasio into the public light like this. But when you think about it, Hillary doesn't really have much hope that Chelsea's going to run. And Chelsea is not going to run. We know that she's not going to run. So it could be that they just decided Eva could run as Ocasio and pushed her. No one is talking about this. Let's see what this is. That's just too big. Yeah, I don't know why it won't pop up. It's coming up as a dead link for me. You may want to repost that, Scissor Fight. Oh, there it is. Okay. You're way ahead of me.
Did they tell you not to say anything?
Oh, they made that very clear.
Did they try to label you as nuts?
No, not nuts. They, in fact, wanted me back in the project very badly, but they didn't know if I was going to be too stressed out to keep things quiet.
Okay, this is Bob Lazar and his experience with aliens. He's pretty credible, but some people still believe he may very well be a controlled opposition shill promoting the alien agenda. Well, what Scissor Fight's doing is putting a lot of photographs out there for people to see what's really happening above his house, which is a really good thing. And not only he's doing it, but the guy, Mike Decker, is doing it in Wyoming. We've had Jackson come in. You know, he gives us clips from Wisconsin, which are very compelling, off his GoPro camera. Our whole country is getting constantly hit with chemtrails. It's serious. There's Abby Martin, yeah. I think Abby Martin is exceptionally beautiful. I mean, no question. I can see why Misanthropy's got a thing for her. And you have hair like that too, Misanthropy, right? You have long hair like that. Yeah. There's Abby Martin, and here's Huma Abedin. Now you can see how, you know, Hillary could have been involved with Huma if she was in fact gay. I don't know if that's true. Allegedly, they had a tryst. Now, yeah, Uma Abedin has been married to Anthony Weiner. I think they divorced. I'm not sure exactly, but she's at least, you know, trying to distance herself from Anthony Weiner now. Maybe they're back together. I don't know. Jackson comes in when he can. He makes his trip over to the cameras over at iVlog. And, you know, I've been remiss in not even allowing the cameras tonight, so I'm not going to turn them on, the pro cams, but I'll turn them on tomorrow. Yeah, I was going to see if I could test this out, but I don't think it worked out. I'll try it another night. I'm going to try to get some credit. I can probably buy one of those cards to get credit on Skype. Otherwise, I can't really... Your hair is much longer, wow. Unless I get credit on Skype, I can't really make phone calls to the dial-up for Blog Talk Radio. But I think it's a workaround for our attack that we had on Skype, because people can't really post crap in the chat room at Blog Talk Radio. And if all we are offering is a chance to call in, I think a 30-minute episode every night might be the way to go. So I'm still thinking I might do that again. I did it 4 or 5 nights in a row and nothing happened. Nobody called in. But I think I'm going to set it up to do that, because I don't really like the fact that people can't call from overseas. And did we say yes to this? Let's take a look. Why Donald Trump banned shredded cheese as his first act as president? Because he wanted to fulfill a campaign promise to make America great again.
Society.
Yeah. Okay, let's play this one. This looks good.
The heroes are those who murder Jews. We can't let this continue. We can't let this happen any longer. We will move the American embassy
to the eternal capital of the Jewish people, Jerusalem.
This is when Donald Trump kissed the ass of AIPAC for money. I'll play more of it later after the show. I guess we've reached the end of the show. Thank you very much. I will continue into the evening. We go till 2 in the morning, and I usually hang out and chat with all of you and learn as you do from videos that we play. And you know, it's not an active form of learning, but it is learning nevertheless. It's important to keep raising the bar of our awareness. I don't think we want to play a rapper who wants to hang white people, man. I think that's crazy. Yeah, why would we give any airtime to a guy who wants to hang white people? Alright. Yeah, I just can't see giving any airtime to them. I'm sorry. Oh, she took him back? So Uma Abedin is actually with Anthony Weiner. Is Anthony Weiner out now? Or is he still in jail? Let's take a look. Boy, that just doesn't work at all. Every time I try to click on a link, it's crazy. I am having the hardest time just Googling. That is nuts. Must be something to do with my clogged cache or something. He pled guilty to another unrelated sexting charge and transferred obscene material to a minor and was sentenced to 21 months in 2017. Yeah, he's not out until... He's going to be out probably shortly. Oh, October. Yeah, they're releasing Anthony Weiner early, so he's out already. Okay, I think I might have a story there. Here we go. He's released. Anthony Weiner to be released from prison early.
Inappropriate online conversations with people that included, photographs, and it was a mistake to do that.
Today I am announcing my resignation from Congress.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. So the laptop revealed emails from Hillary Clinton containing classified information forwarded by wife Uma Abedin. The New York Police Department said that they had over 600,000 emails from that computer that they had seized, and then the FBI told them to cease and desist this investigation. You remember how they were going to talk about the potential? Oh, thank you for finding that documentary. Excellent. Fahrenheit 119. 9/11. Great. I'll look at that tonight. Thank you. Chat room celebrity. I don't know. There's got to be Uma. I believe that Anthony Weiner kept his promise to be quiet in jail. Didn't mention anything. Now he's saying he's gay. Anthony Weiner's saying he's gay now. Wow. Well, that makes sense because they're saying that Uma is gay for Hillary, and Hillary and Uma have been close for a long, long time. Wow. That's crazy. And then the connection to Ocasio-Cortez, simply because she looks identical to Iba, and Iba stopped tweeting rather, at the same time that Ocasio came on scene in Bronx. Check that stream of statements out on her Twitter. It corroborates what I'm saying. Well, apparently Weiner turned gay in prison. We're guessing that that's what would happen if indeed what you're saying is true. Yeah, that's pretty wild. I can only imagine, but it is interesting to note that the New York Police Department was going to present all kinds of damning information. And I think what happened is they got him out early because he just didn't squeal. He kept quiet. I think there's a lot of information that he was holding relating to Hillary and the Pizzagate story. And I also believe that there's missing emails that are still yet to be seen on John Podesta. One person did a search for the earliest number of emails that the wiki released, and they found 58,000 were ascribed. The numerical number was 58,000 Podesta emails, and they never saw more than 50. So there's 8,000 missing emails there. And then the Republicans did find out that Strzok, the FBI agent, culled all of Hillary's emails in Benghazi from a total, 30,000 emails down to about 3,500. So maybe he got rid of Benghazi emails just because he didn't want to implicate Hillary because he supported her. That's a possibility too. So I think we really have to revisit all those emails at a future date. And I don't dispense with the idea that Pizzagate is something we have to stop talking about because it's a bad word. The whole idea of banning a word in America under our current Constitution is absurd. Freedom of speech would automatically allow you to talk about Pizzagate on any one of your Twitter accounts, but you're not allowed to. If you even mention it, you could get banned on Twitter or on YouTube if you're making it about that in your show, if that's your theme. Whew, wow, what a world we're living in. So, to recap, Senator Graham urges Trump to use emergency powers to fund the wall. I agree with Senator Graham. I believe that that's a good idea. I suggested the VA fund. It would be an alternative use to protect our military, making sure that they replace the border patrol in certain areas, and then they need fences to cover themselves. That would not impact our signing, but will Donald Trump even sign the document? He's very stubborn. He may not even sign our budget into law. He may just shut the country down and declare Emergency Powers Act, which is a very serious problem, and then raises the specter that all of this, every bit of it, is an elaborate diversion. That's the serious worry that I have, that all of this is a massive diversion. Something that we certainly don't need to ignore. Yeah. So, well, I think we just have to wait to see what happens tomorrow. We'll find out. It'll be very telling. I actually check in on the news 5 or 6 times a day now. It's so interesting. You never know what's going to pop up. We're living in strange times. That was an omen that Confucius said. May you live in strange times. That was considered a bad thing. Okay, and then this story, the Trump-Hannity interview transcript shows ignorance of border crisis. Wow, okay. Now, border officials are showing Trump tunnels under the wall, and apparently Trump is being made aware of the problem even more. Okay. And a missing 13-year-old Jamie Gloss found alive in Wisconsin. That's good. Yeah. She vanished after her parents were found dead in their northwestern Wisconsin home, has been found alive.
Searching for a 13-year-old girl that they believe could be in danger. Authorities issued an Amber Alert for Jamie Kloss. Well, that's after her parents were found dead in their home. Neighbors think that they heard gunshots. Dispatchers heard people yelling for help when somebody called from the home, calling 911 around 1 a.m. Monday.
I've been doing this for over 20 years, and it's a crime scene like I
I've seen before, but it's one you rarely see. It's going to take a toll on our people, and we just find her safe, and it'll seal up some of the wounds that come out of crime scenes like this. But when we can find a 13-year-old girl safe, that's our focus.
Well, I wonder where they found her. She was found Thursday afternoon in Gordon, Wisconsin, a town 66 miles north of where Jamie was last seen. Yeah, so she's a pretty girl, and she's certainly... the suspect was taken into custody about 10 minutes after authorities found Jamie. We're going to find out more later. Her aunt said there were rumors earlier today, and I prayed, and they came, and they come not be true. Good. Wow. Okay, wow. Big difference in distance between her home and where they found her. Quite an abduction story. All right, this is the end of this segment. Thank you, everyone, for coming in. It's always a pleasure being your host. I've enjoyed the show. I know many of you have enjoyed watching it, which is important. That's why I always play my theme song, Mr. Right, at the end. See you later, everyone.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt. You're my Mr. Right, too good. Just spin my world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt. You're my Mr. Right, too good to be true.